and members of the public. So today we're going to start with a presentation from the Honourable Murray McCulley on the Kai Tokerau water scheme. So please welcome Murray to the floor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gibson, councillors and officers. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you this morning. I'm conscious that some of you have been to the site and understand what we're up to. I'm also very conscious that you have a formal paper coming before the council sometime soon, which will deal with the discussions that we've been having with council officers. And so today's opportunity is really to give you a background briefing, and we'll keep it as short as we can. If I could start by introducing my colleagues here. Ben Craw is our finance and commercial guy at the Kai Tokerau Water Trust, and is acting as project manager on the Piper project. Chris Frost, a water engineer who's been advisor to the trust from its inception on water projects throughout Northland for quite some years. So the genesis of the trust is that we picked up a project that had been initially led by the Northland Regional Council with support, including financial support from the Kaikoura District Council and the Far North Council, and which had involved your chief executive of the time being a member of the steering group. The government of the time, through the Provincial Growth Fund, the Honourable Shane Jones, a small grant for some work to be done to look at the feasibility of the project. And in April 2020, the project reported basically saying water storage as a vehicle, as a catalyst for land use conversion and promoting jobs and economic activity on the western side of Northland was a good thing. But the government decided, rather than letting this be led by that steering group, that there should be a special trust established, and invited the Honourable David Samuels, former Labour Minister, myself, to form that trust. Catherine De Bruin, local accountant, joined us as a trustee, and we were able to leverage during that period when you'll recall there was shovel-ready money being bid for around the place. We were able to present as shovel-ready, and what was a small amount of loan funding, we managed to leverage into $59 million worth of loan funding, half to go to the Kaikoura and half to go into the mid-north. So we were tasked with trying to take forward three projects. Can we just take three projects that would split the money between the mid-north and here. In the far north, we had the Matawee project, which is based in Nafa, which is on the outskirts of Kaikoura, and that is on the same farm site as the innovation park that has been established by Far North Holdings there. The second project in the far north was mid-north, was the Otawere project, close to Kerikeri, but actually designed to feed water across to the west. And of course, the third, Tiwai is the project down at Red Hill. That is the 750,000 cubic metre reservoir at Napa, which was the project I mentioned. That was completed after Christmas. That reservoir is almost full. Ballpark $16.5 million. That will feed the Kaikoura Township during summer from now. As you'll be aware, they've been in roughly the same position as Dargaville in terms of water restrictions over summer. So a significant shareholder in that project is the Far North District Council. The Innovation Park, some of you will know about the Berry Farm established by Ngāpuhi Asset Holdings, and others are going to benefit from that reservoir. as I say, that's done and dusted. We are waiting now for the completion of commissioning to be able to formally hand that over to the water company that has been established to run it. And that should also promote significant growth in horticulture land use conversion on the outskirts of Napa. We roll on to the next one. Only in the last few days have we managed to get confirmation from the government that we're good to go on this other project. This is Reservoir, 4 million cubes, so marginally bigger than the one down the road. We got resource consented through the Fast Track Tribunal in July 2022. The design is to complete this over 2 construction seasons, starting this summer, completing next summer, summer 24-25. Cost is $37 million with a contingency $44.5 million. We've managed to put that funding together. When you say it quickly, it doesn't sound too hard, but it seemed a lot harder at the time. Far North District Council again is a shareholder in this project, and it's been approved by the Department of Internal Affairs through the Three Waters process as is required under the current legislation. So that is, we haven't announced that we're in go mode there. We will do so soon, but we're just tying up those loose ends. Everything's moving forward. If we move to the next slide. This is the Kaipara water storage scheme. Now, what makes this different from everything else is that there is no catchment area. And if we can move on to the next slide, you'll see that this is sitting something like 18 metres above sea level. We had to go to where we could find, we had other sites we wanted to use, but this was a site which had a foundation we could build on. Everything else we looked at as we moved upwards in that vicinity stood the risk of moving around after the weight of water came into it. So this is designed to receive water pumped from the flats between Notorious and Cold Drain. We've got 4 consents, 30 years, and they the design here is to pump water over the winter months, hold it, and then use it over the summer months. And this is a 3.3, probably end up being closer to 3.5 million, I think, cubic metre reservoir. It has already, on the right-hand side, you can see the completed stage 1. That was designed to be able to feed water to the significant horticultural plantings that are already there. Some of you will know that Linwood Avocados, Linwood Nurseries purchased 56 hectares of land from us and have been planting large numbers of avocados on the site. We had to supply them with water last summer. No one told them or us that we weren't going to have a summer last year. This is a 42 hectare footprint, and this is not quite up to date. I don't think this picture is how old.
That's old now, yeah.
Yeah. So the lining process is continued. Earthworks will be complete there in November, and the lining process probably early in the new year. And that's when we'll start spilling water across from stage 1, as you can see on the right, over into stage 2. Cost of this is $36.5 million with contingency, and that's enough water in that reservoir to irrigate about 1,100 hectares of horticulture. So that's quite a significant development. If we can move on to the next. That shows you the command area. Those soils are regarded as good soils for the development of horticulture. What we've discovered as we've moved forward is some of the soil that we thought wasn't that good is regarded by the avocado people as being of good quality because they engage in what is pretty much hydroponic development. But that's the area we want to service. And if we could move on to the next slide. This is the final slide. This shows you the big opportunity that we would like to see the council become a partner with us to take forward. So we are set out there on the coast at Red Hill. Our pipeline area is charted there in the deep blue. But the opportunity here for us is to supply water into town, which necessitates a pipe, obviously. There are 2 or 3 potential pipe routes to achieve that with land use conversion opportunities along the way. We've been talking to your council officers now for some months about this and due to present quite soon. Essentially, the benefit for us is that we get immediate uptake, which is what we need. We need more uptake because we want to spread the overheads of the reservoir over a larger base as quickly as we can. What's in it for the council, obviously, is we've got a fixed price completion. We're not dealing with speculation, which, as you know, is a dangerous thing around infrastructure projects today. What's in it for us long term is that once we've got things underway, if you've got a pipeline there feeding water into town, you've got the same ability to move water from the Kaihu through the town out to store out in Red Hill, and that provides a significant opportunity to scale up over time. So we would save some money because we wouldn't have to put in as much pumping capacity and pipe capacity to use some of the sites that we have approved down on the creek. So, Worship and councillors, thanks for the opportunity to just briefly acquaint you with what we're up to. We're happy to answer any questions. We haven't given you a whole lot of numbers because we understand council officers will want to talk to you about that in due course. So thank you very much.
Right, some questions. Councillor Lambeth. No.
Thanks for your presentation, Murray. It's been great. Some of us have been there a number of times to have a good look at it and very enthused about it. Particularly with that map there, we see the red line coming down from the proposed council reservoir, and we see the light blue line as a link between that coastal area between the two. Are there any proposed future reservoirs along that area?
Yeah, I can answer that. So when we were trying to determine the location for this reservoir, we actually looked at about 70 different sites, and we did do investigations on the ground on another 3 sites from this. At this point in time, this is it. It's the only one we've got land secured for. I guess if there was uptake, we'd run out of shares in the future to sell. Then the intention would be to look at other sites to store more water. Our consents at the moment do have more water in them than what we can store. So there is the ability to scale.
Because if this succeeds and goes beyond all wild expectations, you'll be looking for further sites. So just the reassurance that there are other sites there which can grow this whole scheme more.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
There are other sites, in terms of, perhaps just worth mentioning it, in terms of the consenting process, we had good support from both Te Uri Ahau and Te Roroa. Te Uri Ahau looking to the south from Dargaville, and Te Roroa looking to the north. They've been, Te Roroa have been interested in doing something to support our work if we do decide to do something in the northern area you talk about, councillor. With regard to the Te Uri Ahau interest, they had no land that was going to be suitable for development in their ownership. So they've bought some land from the trust. And if you visit the site now, you'll see that their land is currently having the pan cracked ready for plantings. They've got 26 hectares, a 26 hectare site down there, which they bought from us and which they've had some support from the government to develop as well. So we think there are significant opportunities, and we've had a green run compared with many projects from Tangata Whenua interest.
It just might be worth noting that what we've built here is I'd call it a reservoir, not a dam. It's sand hills, and we've got a consent from the regional council that fits on 3 pages because we're off stream in a way. You know, the environmental impact is very, very low.
Yep.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is obviously very basic. So when we picked out of 3 this project, no catchment area, I guess the prime motive would have been to service those 1,100 hectares of land as a horticulture. That was the prime motive, right? And I guess it was to be done in 2 stages, 1 and 2, to have that capacity to service that. Now, regardless of the success of that venture, whether you have those land available to service the water, would the project will still be viable if the council is not interested or doesn't go through in terms of commercial viability of having? So do you have to rely on council's yes, or is it possible to be a standalone project on its own legs?
Councillor, our funders are MB, and through the old PGF, which is now called Kānoa, and they were happy to let the project go ahead as a standalone, knowing that the council had not then made a commitment to join it. So we've been comfortable that we can make this work purely as a way of creating an opportunity for land use conversion for farmers. But as you know, things have been made somewhat more difficult for all sectors, and particularly the primary sector in recent times. So it would be more helpful to have council involvement in this than we had thought at the time. But the project was designed to service horticulture. What it's worth bearing in mind is that 2 things. Firstly, we have 30-year consents and no difficulty rolling over those consents. Increasingly, avocado producers and others are finding 10 years and a very controversial consenting process to get access to water in the far north and elsewhere. Land here is substantially cheaper, and even with the water price added on, we've still got a very substantial advantage. Those 2 things will drive development over time, so we're comfortable that equation still works, but we'd still love to have the council on board, because without the council, we would end up spending more money over time on more pumps to pump water up, and that makes no sense if there's an opportunity to bring irrigation right along a pipeline between Te Kaupū and Dark.
Just to supplement to that, so the pipeline, is it possible to get that pipeline straight from some nearer point in Kaihu River to Dagabra, or this is the only option?
We have numerous options, and the way we approach that is to go into the market and find out who else is interested in using water, because we want them to meet the cost of the infrastructure.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Murray. Very exciting, really. Couple of questions related to structure. What is the ownership of the trust? Who is the ownership? Second point is, and you alluded to, your funder is MB. So is that 100% funding from MB? So, you know, it's government funding. And through that, and I don't want to get ahead of what the presentation will be from staff, but what would be the status of any potential KDC involvement?
Yeah, so the trust is not owned by anyone. It's if you like, established by the 3 trustees who are responsible for it. But MB is the major funder of it.
Yep.
And we've been given funding to advance this project at 0.79% for the first few years, which is a rate that we've found banks unable to match in the current environment. We have got shareholders, so it's, the long-term owner will be the Kaipara Water Company, which has been established, and where we've issued shares to some local landowners. Okay, so nurseries, for example, purchased shares in order to receive supply of last summer. The long-term plan obviously is to see uptake increase as more people purchase land that is in other uses to undertake horticultural development there. The offer to the council is to similarly purchase shares and become a very substantial shareholder in the company. In terms of risk, what the trustees have done is to agree to quarantine risk. Everyone who's looking at investing in something like this wants to make sure they're not buying big downside risk. The risk is quarantined in the trust. We pass the assets over to the shareholders in the company, which we have to do through a special general meeting and special resolutions, once we've achieved a point of viability. We've got the task of taking the project to the point where it can safely be handed to the company with a viable overhead structure.
So how far do you perceive that you are away from that point of viability at the moment?
With regard to, it would make a significant difference as to whether the council came on board. That would have us very close to the point where it was viable.
Okay, thank you.
I should add, in relation to the mid-northern projects, we've had to achieve funding from Far North District Council and the NRC in order to get the tick from MBIE. In this case, because there was only a small amount of capital required above the million that they had made available for us, and because this was deemed to be an area where it would be harder to raise that cash, like that co-funding, they let us go ahead without it. So we've had a slightly easier ride here.
Okay, thanks, Murray.
Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What work can you quote us on market research
Or
for the produce from this area?
well, we had to make a submission to a consenting authority to be able to achieve our resource consent for the reservoir, which contains a great deal of that sort of viability information, which we're very happy to supply to you. In essence, we had to convince them and ourselves that the project was going to be viable and demonstrate market demand.
And can I ask, were you anticipating that most of that market would be local in Auckland, or in other words, New Zealand, or dependent in part, at least, on export?
I think all of these projects are focused on export opportunities. They are designed to achieve significant local benefits in terms of economic uptake and employment growth. But kiwi fruit, as you know, is very much an international, very much an export. The avocado business and citrus have significant export activities. The area that we would like to crack here is market gardening as well. As you know, land is in Pukekohe. The mid-north has been more successful in this area at attracting some of those market gardening interests to relocate. We think this is an opportunity to do that here. To go one step further in answering your question, we don't expect that local dairy farmers are immediately going to become avocado growers. We expect that some will go into partnership with established avocado interests. Some will take the opportunity to on-sell to those who have got the expertise and capital for those businesses.
Thank you. Yeah, I was listening to the farming show the other day, and they were saying that one of the bright spots in the economy with, you know, the dairy prices down, et cetera, and beef and sheep down was the horticultural side of things going along quite well. How much of that 1,100 hectares out there is high class soil? I should be on top of that myself, but you might have so you're supplying pretty high growing fertility land?
So the map that was shown up there before, it actually shows an area of 10,000 hectares, not 1,100.
Oh, yes.
And within that that 10,000 hectares is probably closer to 6,000 hectares of land that would be suitable for some sort of irrigated production. So it really comes back to which landowners want to do something with that property and what they want to grow, more so than is the whole area suitable for a certain use.
So the market will decide.
And it's quite different to the likes of something like the Manawatu or the Canterbury Plains, where you've got a big area that's all the same. We're very different down there.
Right. Councillor Menison.
Thank you. Funding of the development of these properties will be a very significant factor. What expectations have you got of the banks? Because mine is that if you're north of the bridge and left of the highway, you have bugger all chance. Excuse the technical expression.
Yeah, so, yes, avocados, to a lesser extent citrus, capital intensive developments, and the requirement to break the pan base to be able to use some of the land, not all, but some of it, is also, has a capital requirement to it. To be honest with you, and I basically harbour the same views about banks that you do, but I've been surprised at how forward-leaning they have been in relation to this project. We have held a number of seminars for them here and over in Whangarei. The level of interest has been high. They've called us back to have further discussions, and our experience here is that they've encouraged landowners who are clients of theirs to put their hands up to acquire shares. So that's frankly surprised me a little bit. And while things have got tougher over the last 12 months or so, the banks that we've spoken to have not waned in their interest. And the simple fact is that if you can buy land for $30,000 and water for 25, so you've got $55,000 to $60,000 invested here, that is way below the cost of entry into any comparable avocado or citrus market with water.
Councillor Howard.
You can see.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Just to the point raised earlier from yourself of the 6,000 hectares, of good quality. What is that currently used for? Is that dairying or?
Primarily dairy.
Primarily dairying.
Pastoral farming mostly, little
Yeah.
bit of market gardening down on the flat land.
Cool. Okay.
Councillor Madison. Followed by Councillor Lambeth.
Thank you. Have you taken into consideration that the prevailing wind is from the west? I've had a farm there on the coast and I've had cattle blown off their feet. And I would have trouble with a straight face of recommending the area to many horticulturists.
Councillor, I was raised in this area. I spent 2 years as a kid living at Bailey's Beach, watching the landscape move when the winds came in at night. So it's something that I was very much aware of. And I quizzed the Linwood Nurseries people about this issue in particular when they showed interest in our project. They bought 56 hectares off us. And I asked them about the challenges, and wind is one of them, and you just have to factor that into your costs, and you will see that they have made quite a significant commitment to shelter on their site, and that's a cost that is offset by the lower entry price of being on that location. So yes, it's definitely a reality for those who are planning to go there.
Thank you.
Who was next? Councillor Lambeth.
Yeah, thanks to the Mayor. Just to clarify a point for me here, and I think I've got an understanding of it. The cheaper the land, the worse it is. However, that can be offset with hydroponic nutrients being fed down the line. When we get to the high class soils, you can regulate that by using the minerals that are already in the land. Is that how it works, or is it just going to be a blanket over the whole lot?
I'll get one of my experts to say something, but I was surprised. We focused only on the high quality soils when we made our initial decision, right? And it was a surprise to us when we got these guys. So the Linwoods had people come from the farmers, where you've seen that horticultural development, and they started digging. And I spent some time with the guys from there as they were doing their digging. And they were expressing interest in land that we had not factored in to the equation. Pick it up from here.
Yeah, it's been quite a surprising process actually, because as Murray and Chris alluded to, the original soil mapping was looking at those classes of soil that were probably more naturally fertile soils, the red hill sands and things like that, which are, you know, seen as good growing mediums. When the likes of Linwood Avocados have come into town, they've actually preferred the less fertile soils, that they can regulate the level of nutrients that they put into their orchards and manage that. So they can feed their plants exactly what they want. So they almost want a grown medium that doesn't have a lot of nutrients, but it's effectively able to have nutrients put into it and able to be free draining and not get wet feet. So that's sort of opened up quite a big area. There's areas on that map and areas in that initial analysis that would have always been classed as some of the lower quality soils that they're happy to get in there and break the iron pan underneath to get the drainage working well and naturally put what nutrients they need into the system through their irrigation system.
Okay. Any further questions? All right, I'll wrap this up. Thank you for the presentation. I just want to say that got an economic development committee running in the Kaipara now, and we're looking for opportunities to grow the economy, particularly here in Dargaville. And if we anticipate more housing, we need more jobs. And I see this as a really good opportunity to fit with that growth. Having said that, I can't offer any commitments in terms of the council's uptake. That's, you know, for further investigation and negotiation maybe, but I think it's a wonderful opportunity to get value-added production in our district. And thank you for your work, Murray, and your team.
Yeah, if I could just say in conclusion from our point of view, I was brought up here. I was raised over the river Arapahui, and I've used to come and stay in Te Kaupuru when I was a kid, and I know what the intervening years have done. It hasn't been good. There are very few occasions where governments offer capital in places like this. And the thing that got me involved was the fact that the government was prepared to make some favourably priced loans available to do some things in parts of Brisbane that seriously need it, to provide jobs, to provide economic opportunities, the uplift that you're talking about. So that's what gets me out of bed in the morning. I think this is a project that is going to have its challenges along the way, but is going to be transformational for this district over time. So thank you very much for the hearing today.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on to the next part of the agenda, which is Kāinga Ora update to be presented by Jeff Murray, is it?
Thank you. I'll join you.
Jeff?
Right, wherever you're comfortable. Mayor Jesperson and councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and present to you. My name is Jeff Murray. I'm the regional director for Kāinga Ora in Te Tai Tokerau. I've been in the role for about 2.5 years. This is the first presentation I've made to the Kaipara Council, so it's really great to have the opportunity. I thought I would go through a bit of background on Kāinga Ora in Northland as a whole and in the Kaipara district. But I'm really interested to hear any questions that you've got and to understand any views you have on Kāinga Ōra's role in the community and the way in which the low-income community in particular is being served, and whether you have any views on whether we could do better or what's coming up that we might be able to work together on. So if you don't mind, I'll go through the presentation and then open up. Is that?
Yep. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. All right. Thank you. So many of you will know that we have homes in New Zealand. We've got about 70,000, just over 70,000 homes, and just over 200,000 people in those homes all across the country. But that's about the same number as we had in the late 1980s when there was a decision to sell down that New Zealand stock. So since really since around 2016, we've built back up. In Northland, we've got around 1,300 homes, but beyond housing people, we also have a wider mandate that's come to us through the Kāinga Ōra Homes and Communities legislation. And that includes supporting urban development and supporting councils in their work with district plans, infrastructure, working through infrastructure issues and helping to support those. And we're making 3 investments through the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund, 2 in the Far North District, 1 in Whangarei. So we try to get alongside councils and to support them in the district plan changes to advocate for better planning outcomes for towns and cities. And we also get involved, not in the Northland area, but in other parts of the country. We've got involved in redeveloping entire suburbs where we own a lot of the property. Probably the closest example to that would be Otangarei in the Whangarei town where we own 40% of that suburb, and we're working with the council and local community to look at a redevelopment of that area. That slide shows a 55-unit development that's being built at the moment on the old Tikaponga pub site in Whangarei. That's a private developer doing that for us as a turnkey project. And the buildings are framed. Okay. So just to reiterate, beyond owning homes, we have a mandate to get involved with improving the homes that we currently own, and many of them need work. So there's the Healthy Homes upgrades that we're doing, and we're almost complete with those. We are retrofitting, which basically means that we're taking some of our older homes that are basic homes, and we're completely refitting them to give us another 50 years out of them. And we get involved in our routine maintenance, obviously. We've been called upon to increase the housing supply across the country, and that's through building homes that we retain ourselves through the public housing program. And it's also through our large-scale program where we're redeveloping, as I say, entire suburbs. And we don't keep all of those. So some of it we redevelop and keep, and some of it we put together large lots and we sell those to the privates to develop. And we, as I say, we've administered the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. We also support home ownership in part through providing homes to others that we don't want to retain, but it's still basically good homes, and that's in particular your sort of 1950s, 1960s homes that are basically really good bones, and we can sell them to people and they can refit them and bring them up to a modern standard. We have a range of home ownership products, including home loans and home grants and shared equity schemes that are available across the country and having a reasonable uptake here in the north. and the Kiwi Build program, which again is across the country. It hasn't been successful in Northland. So we did a project in Whangarei in 2019, but other than that, that product hasn't been used in the north. We have a regional plan which basically sets out our broad intentions. And what we've done is really identify a set of key challenges, the drivers, the impacts of those, and then what our response is. Unfortunately, that slide's not easy to read, I don't think. But we're trying to focus around redeveloping neighbourhoods and properties that we already own, understanding, supporting and enabling Māori aspirations for housing. So that's inside our legislative responsibilities. And then, to redevelop and renew and reconfigure our existing portfolio. So a lot of our homes are on large sections, and particularly in the Whangarei area, we've got zoning where we can redevelop those, and we can take one house down and as a rule of thumb, put 3 up. We're also working to support the people who live in our homes much more closely, to support them to live well. And that's part of our customer program, where we're trying to provide a link between the people in our homes and where they need it, the support services that help them to live well. But we're also trying to locate people near to opportunities such as schools, jobs. And because we're a big investor, we are trying to work with the local build companies. We're trying to support local apprenticeships so that they get a lot of our work, whether that's through our large maintenance program or our new build program. One example here is Dargaville High builds us 2 homes a year. Great way to support them into the building sector. Under our legislation, we're asked to locate homes near to jobs, amenities and services. And in Northland, we've identified 7 locations where we will seek to locate almost all of our homes, not necessarily all of them, but the vast majority, so that we are bringing people to those communities. We'll continue to seek to understand, support and enable Māori and wider community aspirations for housing, and to work alongside others to enable housing supply, as I say, through being involved in district plans, structure plans, infrastructure planning, and at the local level. And one of the things I just want to emphasise here is that the demand for housing is all across Te Tai Tokoro. It's really literally down every road and under every bridge. But the opportunity to supply public housing is actually much more constrained. So from a strategic point of view, we want to supply most of it to those 7 locations because they provide access to opportunity. But within each of those locations, actually finding places that are investable is not always straightforward. There can be significant infrastructure constraints. Sometimes the zoning is really providing mainly for large sections that require septic tanks, so 1,000 square metres or larger, which doesn't really work for us. So when we actually come into a place to look for opportunities to reinvest, they can be really constrained in terms of what we can do. I mean, in the fund, for example, Kirikiri Waipapa works for us really. We're trying to invest in Kaikoui, but that's difficult because of their infrastructure constraints. Dargaville, one of the things I'd like to discuss is your upcoming district plan change, because while we've got about 100 properties here, redeveloping them and investing to get a higher number of homes out of them isn't really going to work for us with the current settings. This slide shows the public Tokoro. So people are able to go to the MSD and put their name down on a housing register, say that they need a public house. And you can see that the demand side of that has grown really rapidly. And that's been driven in large part by population growth. At the same time as an undersupply of housing being built. So it's basically a supply and demand equation. The Kaipara district is by far the smallest portion of that, but you have had a doubling of the demand in this time period, but it remains the smallest part. Well, actually nearly 4 times higher than Tauranga. So it's a growth in demand. It's relatively small compared to other places. And that's in part the reason we haven't made many investments in the Kaipara district in the last couple of years. So we would like to come back into Dargaville in particular, but we've got, that would be where we'd like to talk to you about investing primarily, but also other locations. So this slide shows where we currently have homes. So we've got about 2,300 at the moment. In Dargaville, we've got about 100. And then we've got 10 out in Mangawhai, and that's on land that the council owns. And you've leased that to a health trust, and the health trust is on lease to us. And my understanding is that we can extend that lease because it comes up in about 18 months. But if that's not the case, keen to know, because 18 months isn't that long. And then we've got about 7 in Kaiwaka. And again, really interested to understand your plans for Kaiwaka and whether that's doing. So we've got around 6,300 people in our homes, 74% identified as Māori, which compared to about 30% across the country, so very high proportion of Māori. 50% of homes have 1 or more children with a sole parent, and 22% of homes are people at least 65 years old. And that's a real growth area. There's a lot of people who are finishing their working life without any assets, and they can't afford to rent. And they are really coming to us and seeking support from us. Our mandate to support and enable Māori aspirations comes from our legislation. Some of the things we're doing is working directly with Māori businesses to support them into our build programs and our maintenance programs across all the various trades. We are looking into lease arrangements whereby we might lease land from an iwi group and put some homes on it, and as part of that we could support the iwi group in its own housing investment. And we also provide free access to our professional skills. So as I say, in Dargaville, we've got over 100 homes, with the average age being just over 50 years. This is our highest priority for redevelopment. In Mangawhai, we lease 10 on land owned by council. Obviously, that's a real growth area. And one of the things we found is that a lot of those growth areas, where they have particularly an older population, rely really heavily on, low-skilled, low-paid workers to provide the sort of services that wealthier, older population are seeking. But it's really hard for that low-income community to live in those towns because the rents are high. So there is a demand there for us to be further involved. Corporate, very interested in the last presentation. We don't have any homes there, but we can see the growth in jobs, and we are interested in potentially putting some homes there to provide access to those jobs. I was talking to somebody who's involved in the avocado expansion up around Hohora, and there's just a massive amount of avocado gone in there. And they're very aware that they don't have housing for the workforce thing. So they'll be having the fruit come on. The workforce is relatively low paid, so driving from Pattaya up to the orchards each day is a real stress on people. You know, and I'm just wondering about Te your views on that. As I say, we have a few houses there, Mangatoroto, we don't have any homes. Just finally, I just wanted to make the point again that it's not all about public housing. Economic growth can be stifled when workers can't readily find affordable homes to buy or rent. And ageing populations relying on younger people to maintain services. So as I said, that's a sort of a Mangawhai situation, but also other places. And with this too few affordable housing homes, it creates an increased housing costs and make more people. So I mean, the whole of the North really has experienced a population increase with people leaving because they can't live there any longer. But there hasn't been a parallel increase in the supply of homes. So getting lots of it and essentially homeless. So thank you. Yeah, that's the presentation I wanted to make, and really keen to talk with you.
Thank you, Jeff. Councillor Larson's got a question there.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. Are you aware of an initiative called Private Plan Change 81 Dargaville Racecourse?
Yeah, I am. Yep.
Okay. Scale available there for potentially 500 houses. Is that something that you would be able to look at?
Yeah, we are. We've had some conversations with the proponents of that plan change.
Yes.
So I was sort of interested to see how that shapes up. My first interest is that we own, 100 homes on quite large sections in Dargaville.
Right.
And we want to replace those homes. And the difficulty for us is if we pull one house down and put one house up, it doesn't work for us financially. And we would like to work with you to try to upzone some of that land. Because essentially our financial equation is that we borrow money and we use that money to build houses. And then we rent the houses out at a market rent, pays the debt down. And to the extent that the people living in our homes can't afford market rent, MSD subsidises them to pay the rent. So we've really got an equation that's about borrowing, paying down the debt with the rent. And if we, we get a rent per bedroom essentially. So if we've got a 3-bedroom house on a large section and we need to replace that, and we only replace it again with a 3-bedroom house, we've picked up a cost, but we haven't picked up any. And so that's not really an equation that's working for us. We work successfully with the Whangarei District Council and upzone our land, and we're beginning to implement that. And I don't know if you know Puriri Park, which is in Maunu, just as you go into Whangarei, just before you get to the hospital. I'd really encourage you to go and have a look at that. I think it's where we've put in 37 homes. They're quite at a level of density, but I think they work really well. And I think they're really good quality homes. And I know that there was a lot of concern by the local community before we built them. But now that they're built and open, we've had no negative feedback at all. It's working really well. And so that's an example of what we've built. And so if you do get a chance, go and have a look, or if you want to, I could show you around.
When you say upzoning, what sort of density are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I guess it would be something appropriate for a location. So what we've done in Whangarei might not be appropriate for Dargaville or Mangawhai. So we'd want to work with you to get that. But as a rule of thumb, and it's just a rule of thumb, we try to take one house down and put 3 up. But there are, different ways of doing it. Smaller sections, or it could be through enabling some more height in some locations.
So you're sort of talking about 300 square metre sections rather than,
Yeah, or fours, or even, it depends. I mean, we've just purchased 35 sections in Whangarei that were between 450 and just over 500 square metres.
Yeah.
And that's working well, that's, you know, going to be good. So yeah, that could be down towards 3.
okay,
Or in the centre itself, it could go into some height and go into some 3-storey buildings in Whangarei and elsewhere that, you know, again, I'd be interested in seeing when they're finished.
okay, thank you.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one. I came from Auckland and Housing New Zealand or Kainga, all right, was very active. And now in Northland, I find 26% almost are Maori, and the focus is 75% are the using them are Maori. But I'm surprised the low numbers we have in the HH, is it the housing register or 78 or something in Kaipara? Why? Are they not keen on it?
Honestly, I'm not quite sure why. I think, I'm sure that there's a far larger number of people who need housing. I mean, my view is that if everyone in the Northland region was well housed, there'd be another maybe 4,500 homes in existence.
Yeah.
I think people perhaps don't put their name forward if they don't think they're going to get a house, if they think there's nothing around. And so people perhaps know that we don't have many here. And so when they go on the housing register, they say that Whangarei, and so they might be living here, but they say that they'll put their name on the Whangarei register. But I don't know that. I'm just guessing as to why it's so low, but it is.
So my question supplementary to that is, so you have no future plans to look after those people because everything is, it's like cat chasing tail or whatever it is. So you know there is a need for them, but you're not looking at that growth and they go look at this and nothing is available. So it's not working, isn't it?
Well, we do. So one of the things we're trying to do is, as I say, work with councils to zone land so that there's land that's suitable for us to build on. But we're constrained by our budget. So by June 24, we've meant to have completed just over 300 additional homes. That's what we've got budget for. So probably the real demand might be 4,500. On the wait list, there's about 1,100.
Yeah.
And we've got budget to build just over 300. So we're really, the budget is the constraint.
Thank you. That's awesome.
Councillor Howard, Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jeff. Very good insights. I recall many years ago, Housing New Zealand developed sites, and sure, land was cheaper in those days, but you know, there are areas that we can all find where there is relatively cheaper land. But those sections were developed and put up for ballot, you know, for owners. So the infrastructure was in and that. Do you still look at that strategy to develop communities rather than the intense, I call it intense farming, which seems to be your model?
Yeah, sure. We don't do that. We don't do ballots, but we are, we do have a range of other products to support people into affordable housing, and that can be shared equity, where we retain up to 15% of the house, and then the owner buys us out over time. And there's loans and grants. Yeah, so there are ways that we're supporting people into home ownership.
So you're looking for significant areas of land to facilitate that?
Not significant areas, no, but we are buying new land. What we tend to do is, what we're looking to do is redevelop our existing houses because many of them are really old. And so we're looking for support through the district plan to help with that. But we are also getting private companies to buy land and build for us as a turnkey. And we, to a limited extent, buying their land. And we did actually try to buy some land here in Dargaville, but we missed out. It was the large church area owned by the Brethren that went up for sale.
Yeah. Okay, so if I may, supplementary to that, with some of your new developments that are really intense, multi-level, What have been some of the outcomes of that from a social point of view and from a presentation point of view, i.e. maintenance? Do you still have to maintain the presentation of property, or is that on the owners? And I mean, I think that's one of the considerations a lot of people would have.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what you mean. So if where we have the 3-story buildings with what we call the 3-story walk-ups, because they don't have lifts, we would maintain the outside of the buildings, and the tenant would maintain the inside.
So they'd be rented, not owned.
Those ones are rented, so we only keep public housing. So we only have rented houses.
Okay.
If we've sold it to somebody, then it's their business, and they do the maintenance, and where we have houses on small sections like 250, 300 square meters or 400 square meters, the person on the house is responsible for the maintenance, so mowing the lawn and keeping the presentation up. We do the basic house maintenance, so the repairs and the painting and
workmanship.
all of that sort of stuff. Yeah, maintaining the asset.
And sorry, I do have one addition. We're a council, you may or may not be aware, but we're a council that has publicly stated that we're here for all of our residents, our ratepayers. And you say that, your mandate is to support and enable Māori aspiration. And that's fine. But we have an awful lot of lower earning, less well-off people of all persuasions. Are they going to be disadvantaged in working with Housing New Zealand as far as future opportunity goes?
No, not. I mean, essentially what we're trying to do is reach out, to iwi and hapu and their housing on their land, or to support Māori businesses, but we're also supporting any other business and providing apprenticeships and support. And in terms of who gets to live in our homes, there's no distinction between Māori and other. It's really on a needs basis.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Lambert, followed by Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi Jeff, thanks for your presentation. I just wondered, with the 100 houses that are in Dargaville, are majority of those grouped together or are they spread out?
Quite a few are grouped together.
Okay.
And then there's some that are spread out. Yeah, so it's a bit of a mix.
And do you have you been working on any plans where those houses are of, what you would like to see that look like, to be able to come to council and further that discussion?
Yeah, we've started doing that, yeah. And so we'd like to come, we're getting ready, we'd like to come and start a bit further about that. Yeah, because as I say, we've got a lot that need replacing really.
Okay, great.
Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, I've got quite a few questions actually. As you can imagine, I'm going to concentrate mainly around Dargaville. 102 houses you've got here in Dargaville. How much has that increased? What was it 5 years ago?
It would have been about the same. We've hardly built any here.
Do you realise in the last 5 years that we've had in 2017, 2018, we had a 96% rise in medium house prices, and that was just in that year. So there was an indication 5 years ago that we had a problem here. And we're now down to a 1% vacancy rate in Dargaville. What concerns me is those kids at the high school building academy are building houses and they're being transported out of the district, and yet some of them come from families who have got a housing crisis, which is really a kick in the guts for them. Do you do resource consents?
No, we do building consents.
So you wouldn't attempt a resource consent to put 2 houses on a lot?
Well, we would come to you. And that's part of what we want to talk with council about, is that the zoning doesn't quite work for us. So we are keen to further intensify. Yeah.
So does that all become too hard and you just want it served up so that you can do it without having to worry about a resource consent, you just deal with in-house building consent. Is that the way it works?
Well, we work with you, so you hold the resource consent function. And so we would seek consent from council. So in order to get the consent, we'd need to meet the policies and rules you've got already. And what we're saying is we'd like to work with you to see if we can change that a bit to make it a bit easier for us. But the other side of it is we focused on the Whangarei and Far North districts because the demand was so much higher there. But we do want to come over here now.
I agree with you, the numbers demand is, but not the percentage demand. It's usually. So do you have a planning team that does those resource consents?
No, you do the resource consents, we do the building consents. We have a team that would work with you to support a district plan change, but you're the resource consent.
Yes, the council approves them, but you also need an application, yes?
Our own application.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, yeah. And what did concern me is that when you actually brought up the graphs there, you looked at the graph and realised you had twice the problem what you thought you had. Presentation here, and I'm really, really concerned about the situation in Dargle. We have had a massive stifling of progress and expansion in this town because people can't find housing.
I agree with you.
The last question I've got, and I'll let you off the hook after that, what are you building your houses? What's the cost per square metre, your average rate?
Well, it's about the same as the private sector. So off the top of my head, I'd say it's around 3,500. So we aim to build 6-star homes in terms of their energy efficiency.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. You just, with regard to Papakainga housing, you involved with the development up at Ahikiwi Marae at all?
No.
No, okay. I met people up there that were involved in putting together what sounded like a pretty impressive Papakainga housing development there with some government funds. That's something that would have anything to do with it all, or?
Not normally, because we can't make grants.
Right.
So the Ministry of Housing and Urban Design Development, make grants.
Oh, yes.
So normally those sort of projects go straight to them and that grant money. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question of those 102 houses in Dargaville? Are they all on separate titles? Even though it might be individually on separate titles, how many of them, and what sort of average size are those titles? And are there any of them that are in susceptible zones in terms of if you want to rebuild, there's a flood threat?
Yeah. Well, they'd be all, I'd imagine all of them would be on titles or cross-leased. Some of them, where we have cross-leased smaller sections, but others are, older ones up the hill on your full-sized sections. We've got some in Finlayson Park where we've never had any flooding. I think we had, in the last big storm, we had some water on the lawn. But nothing's been flooded. But, in future, we'd certainly want to be up the hill further.
I think you used the term upzoning. Did you mean of those 102 houses, if we, in the process of doing our district plan and zoning land, are those houses fit into a criteria where there'd be a benefit having zoning that allowed them to be subdivided? If you've got an old house, 600 square metre lot, for example, you could put 2 on there if we had the right zoning for you.
That's right. That's what we'd like to talk further with you about. Yeah.
Right.
It's a key step in providing more houses for low income people. Yeah.
Right. Any further questions? Thank you, Jeff. I think we're going to be seeing you again. Thank you very much. Okay. Delegations review, item 3 on our agenda. Shireen Mundy will present this item online. Are you up there, Shireen?
I am. Ata Māori, everyone.
Right. There she is.
Thank you, Your Worship. So today we're talking about the financial delegations. I have previously reported to Council on the delegations review in general. Alana is kindly going to drive the presentation for me. So the work program to review all of the delegations has been split out into its component parts, and this is the first element of those delegations, which is the financial delegations. So just to recap, the other delegations are delegations to committees, subcommittees, or specified elected members, hearings commissions and the like. There are legislative delegations and there are non-legislative delegations, like things around procurement and signing leases, etc., etc. So, so there was a change in slides there that I saw. So if we can move to the next slide, Alana, that'd be great. Just to recap, while Alana's getting that, financial delegations are a necessary operational requirement. Otherwise, staff would have to come to every council meeting for a decision to spend money. So they obviously exist for efficiency and effectiveness decision-making reasons. They seek to avoid administrative delays and they are made to position titles across the organisation. So they are not made to individual human beings, they are made to position titles. So if a position is vacant and is filled by another person, then that new person will have that same delegation. So just in light of what's going on in the wider in the wider country in terms of legislative changes, just to note that the Three Waters situation may require another review in 2024 of all of the delegations, including the financial delegations. But due to the uncertainty in this space with the central government elections coming up, etc., staff are recommending that this review proceeds anyway, and then obviously if changes are confirmed for 1st July next year, then an item will be brought back to council to address that. Next slide, please, Alana. So the outcome showed that there were some updates required for position title changes. There were also 7 new positions created that didn't have delegations back in 2021. There are some increases recommended, and I'll come back to that shortly. And there were some reductions recommended, and there are some new smaller delegations to new staff positions. These are new tier 4 positions that were created, and those are also recommended to be included. So these are minor delegations for an amount of $10,000 for those staff members. This is all referencing in the table in your agenda item. So overall, the delegations, there are 34 financial delegations in total. Of those, 22 have no changes proposed. So we're looking for feedback on those proposed changes primarily, but also feedback on the wider table. So I'm just opening up the item so I can talk you through it. If you look to table 1 in your agenda item, there is that was an error on my part. I apologise. So with the GM Infrastructure Services, that delegation is a higher delegation than the other GMs. But due to the nature of that role, we're seeking feedback. While it says the reduction is proposed to align with the other GM roles, it is a different kind of role. So we're seeking feedback from EMs whether they would wish to see that delegation amount retained at that higher level, at the existing higher level.
Can I give my?
Can you have a question?
Just on this thing. So when you say you are seeking, are you seeking individually or you're coming to a meeting later on to ask for? Because I'm in favor of keeping it. Infrastructure is a priority for us. So other GMs are not involved with roads and those kind of things. So if you're asking feedback, I'm not speaking for everyone, but I would really like to keep it at the same level. Thank you.
So if I may, through the chair, answer the question. Yes, so this is a briefing item just to obtain elected member feedback. Council will have to make a resolution at a future council meeting, at a future council public meeting, to determine all of these proposed changes and finalise the financial delegations element of the review, absolutely. So a paper is going to come to council based on any feedback provided at this meeting. So thank you to the elected member on that feedback. So I'm happy to go through them one by one in terms of your feedback, or do you want me to go through all the proposed changes and then discuss them in general?
Just got a couple more questions here first. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. I just wondered, is there any financial reporting that comes back to council at the end of a financial year to show where these proposed amounts have perhaps been used, you know, what contractor, you know, what the project was?
So I've got that, Shireen, if you want. So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we do the annual report. And it's quite a comprehensive audited documentation about what we delivered in our financial performance. So you may recall the auditors have been here for the last 2 weeks. They've got another 2 weeks to come, and they go through financials and our projects with fine-tooth comb, and that's all reported in the annual report.
And so you could direct us to where that will then be.
Sign off the annual.
But I mean, potentially just for this financial delegations area.
Maybe I'm not understanding the question, sorry.
Does it not come back separately? I guess we're being asked to, okay, these proposed amounts and things like that. I just wondered if there was a separate report that shows what actually happens within that.
So through the chair, can I
Yeah, maybe I'm not.
add value to that? Yes, but what we do is at the end of each financial year, we print off a report showing how many purchase orders were actually authorised. And we can get an idea then of whether the level should be increased or decreased, whether the financial delegation should be changed. So like, just to give you an example, because I know off the top of my head, I can recall that the General Manager Infrastructure authorised 482 purchase orders last year. So I get a list of those. In terms of the level, they're not as high as 500,000, and though infrastructure has a lot higher accounts, the facts are that we never pay bills that high. People are always doing progress payments. So the 250 is probably reasonable enough, even in terms of roading. That would be the same, although at the moment with the storm damage, that could have changed. So yeah, there is some sort of reporting that we get to show how many different managers are authorising what purchase orders they're having to authorise, and whether we should reduce or increase the levels.
I suppose if I can just sort of add to that, Mr. Mayor, too. So don't forget the annual plan. When you approve that, you approve the projects that we deliver in that annual plan process. So at the high level, it is quite, I suppose, like the government's quite locked down in that regard. You've got your annual plan, you select your projects, you agree the budgets, and then we've got a full-on, which was reviewed June last year, procurement policy, procurement guidelines as well, that dictates how we procure the projects and how that works, and the delegations feed into that. Mm-hmm. So it is relatively locked down, and then it's reported back in the annual report. So it's at the high levels.
Mm-hmm. I think I had a question from Councillor Howard, followed by Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Shireen, thank you for this. I'll first off, even though we're not making decisions, I would concur in theory with Councillor Nair's comment on the GM of infrastructure. However, are these amounts per annum or per purchase order?
Through the chair, they're not necessarily per purchase order, but Sue might like to add to that. But I would add, a contract can be made out of a number of purchase orders. So, but these are per purchase. These go into our system. So these are amounts. So, sorry, the long-winded explanation is that these dollar amounts are translated into our internal systems. And there's a list and a person, so somebody has to raise a purchase order. So somebody who reports to the person will raise a purchase order for something, and then they will be asked to approve that purchase order. So it is for the approval of the purchase order of that amount. And as Sue and Jason have said, a contract can be made out of multiple purchase orders. But again, the financial delegations do link very strongly to procurement. So you have separate, as Jason said, you have a separate process to approve procurement options. So these financial delegations can only work with an approved procurement process. So where a procurement has been approved by council, then those purchase orders are approved and aligned with that procurement process. So you can't approve a PO that's not of a financial value that is not considered in the procurement process, if that makes sense.
Okay, well, it may supplementary to this. I guess my concern with this is that there is an awful lot of money tied up in these delegations on an annual basis, and particularly as it's not just a single amount in terms of the entitlements. So whilst you say, and Sue says, tied back to budgets and the likes, as you get down, and even in some of these roles with a $50,000 limit, there is an awful lot of money that does not come past the council for approval. And I have a fear that here is the area where if we're trying to be an efficient council and really work with the staff to manage budgets, here is an opportunity for potential for overspends that come out at the end of the year. And I'm not sure we wouldn't want to constrain the process of council at all, but I just wonder whether it does open up opportunities for budget blowouts.
So through the chair, what happens is that you approve the annual plan, which has got all the budgets in it. We report against that on a monthly basis for the operations and also the capital expenditure. So that's how you check it. You would drown if everything had to, in authorisations, if it had to come through council, and also our contractors would be complaining because they wouldn't get paid.
I wasn't suggesting that we, by any means, that we check it, we sign off on everything, but it was the potential for outcome that I just wanted clarification on.
So through the chair, we do report on a monthly basis so that you can check that if there's any over expenditure, that it's explained by the relevant manager.
That's in the exceptions report, and that's monthly. Yeah, Councillor Mayer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is kind of similar ground as Councillor Howard pointed out. My concern is not so much going over the limit, because you would not, but I would like to see in terms of transparency, a list of usage in terms of each position. Have they actually used the discretion over the year? We have 50,000 allocated to 20 people, and if they have used it, have they used it wisely? So this is one thing I really like to see. I would actually like to see the chief executive, the $1 million, how many times he used. If he hasn't, he shouldn't need it. He should be allocated to the general manager infrastructure.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that if you like. I had a look at my approvals since I've been in this role. I've had 3 between 500 and 600,000. I've had 3 between 200 and 500,000. For example, things like the rental for the building, the pool thing that council signed off, power, that sort of thing. And I've had 1 over $600,000, and that's the reimbursement of rates. Okay, so that's taken inside the infrastructure projects which go through the formal procurement policy. So just to give you certainty here, and please don't forget, these are actually budgeted projects and budgets that have been approved by you. It's not unbudgeted expense. We have to bring that to you as well.
Good clarity.
And one other point for you, Councillor Nair, is obviously what Shireen said, we do have a one-up approval process, so you can't approve your own purchase order, for example, which is enough, right? We have to do that one-up approval. So there is a guide on that, and managers are responsible for making sure the spend is efficient and effective as well.
Yep. Good clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Would you like to continue?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So to move down the list, so Northland councils find themselves in an interesting position in the sense that they operate under the NTA, so roading matters are dealt with by the NTA. So there are some delegation restrictions under the Local Government Act that come into play in this case. And therefore, council is actually unable to delegate to somebody who's employed by a different employer. So some of the NTA staff are actually employed by Whangarei District Council and Far North District Council. So technically, Kaipara District Council cannot provide financial delegations to staff that are employed by other organisations. So as a result, there are some increases proposed to 2 Tier 3 positions to accommodate that somewhat, and that is the Maintenance and Operations Manager, Tier 3 position, and the Asset Management and Capital Delivery Manager are both recommended to increase to 250,000. And one of the reasons for this is that otherwise what happens is that more senior staff members are spending a lot of their time on approving POs. So in terms of the numbers quoted, I do have some numbers from some of the staff. The previous operations manager was approved 325 purchase orders in a 6-month period. So there is an administrational approach to this to split out how many people have to deal with approving purchase orders. So that increases their workload. So that's the reason why these 2 increases are proposed for those Tier 3 roles. There are some new positions, as I've outlined, and there is one, the Asset Manager Transport, equally the Asset Manager Transport, because again of the NTA situation, it is proposed to increase that role's authority to 50,000 because of the number of matters that position has to deal with and the number of contracts that position deals with. That contract, I'm sorry, I can't quote the millions of dollars, but that position title is responsible for some millions of dollars of roading works. And obviously that is time consuming to have to raise POs and have them through other systems, and it reduces efficiency. So that's why that's introduced as a proposal. There's 4 new positions that are all Tier 4 positions. So there's small amounts approved there. So those would be approving things like catering for a meeting, that would allow those staff members to approve those purchase orders of a minor nature. And then there's some just a reduction in the delegation to the executive assistant. Again, the executive assistant might be buying flowers or procuring catering, etc., and that allows them to approve those kind of matters. So that's a summary of the proposed changes of the financial delegations, and as the item says, just seeking any, and thank you for the elected members who have provided feedback, if there's any other comments or questions.
I think this is an item that's pretty clear, but maybe there'll be some further questions come in by email. Thank you very much for the presentation, and the upcoming feedback will be forthcoming from members. Thank you, Sue, and thank you, Shireen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have a break for a cuppa. Come back at 10 past, eh? about had a lunch.
Oh,
Okay. Next on the item today is Kaipara Engineering Standards. They're presented by Prasad and who else is? David Utmar. Yeah.
Good morning. Morning. Your worship, councillors. Today we're going to run through just a quick presentation of where we're at with the review of engineering standards. Okay, so Okay, so currently the Kaipara Engineering Standards were finalised 2011. That's the current standards we are using at the moment. The revised standards will be aligned with council's visions and outcomes. There have been no updates to these standards since the 2011 version, resulting in the standards not aligning with the best practice of the industry. WDC standards finalised in 2022 is significantly more suitable standard with updates to best practice and reference documents. We've done a high-level review of the relevant WDC chapters against the current KDC chapters. And the aim of this is to arrive at a working draft of a new document that will provide guidance for developers and develop quality assets communities. Chapters under review are general. Chapters under review are the general, the site development suitability, public spaces, landscape works, and utilities, electrical communications, gas. It's intended to leave the existing KDC to 2011 chapters relating to the three waters in our new standard until the replacement is available from Waitanga, Tamaki ki te Huku. The Northland Transport Alliance present the transport section at a later briefing. So the key changes, draft chapters represent an improvement to the suitability of the standards with updates to best practice and referenced documents. They contain significantly more detail and a clearer guidance to developers and KDC officers, so the processing of consent and applications can be completed efficiently. Flexibility is built in with allowed alternative design principles where standard engineering design solutions are appropriate or workable. There's a new risk-based assessment framework that provides clarity and flexibility to applicants and council. And there's a comprehensive public spaces and landscape works chapters and a comprehensive utilities chapter. So next steps, continue the review of the relevant chapters in line with the district plan review, seek direction on inclusion or exclusion of the standard in the district plan, finalise district plan rules versus the standard content, considering the direction given, and complete the final draft for inclusion in the proposed district plan.
All right, we open for questions. Have we some questions from elected members?
Yeah.
Councillor Lambert?
I notice you align with the suggestion we align with the Whangarei District Council. and a draft will be prepared on that. Would that be a simple task? Or are we going to rewrite the entire Whangarei District Council engineering standards to suit us? Or are we just going to copy them?
Yeah, the plan originally was to just take the Whangarei engineering standards as complete as possible. And this is because they have done a lot of work on the standard. And we didn't wish to invent the wheel or spend a lot of time and resources rewriting it. There are going to be some minor, but mostly it will be the same.
Yeah, thank you. And just as supplementary to that, so that means that we wouldn't actually need anyone assessing those standards in our district. We could actually subcontract it out to Whangarei, couldn't we?
Sorry, I don't understand.
From my understanding, when a development or any alike requires the implementation of different engineering standards, it's got to be assessed internally within the Kaipara district. We wouldn't have to do this. We could actually subcontract it out to somebody in Whangarei, could we not?
I believe we would still require the assessment from within Kaipara. Okay. Yes.
Good. Councillor Russell. Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Yes, just with regard to the Kaipara, the Whangarei District Council standard, obviously you've looked to align the draft for Kaipara with our vision and community outcomes. And in terms of our community outcomes, obviously we have got affordable living, and we also have an overarching aim with our district plan to be simple and enabling. Were the Whangarei District Council engineering standards informed under a similar regime? Did they have an expectation for them to be simple and enabling and have a aim to have affordable housing? Because what I'm saying is, if you're from Whangarei, are they necessarily going to align with what we are wanting?
My understanding is they do have globally similar goals. Efficiency of processing is one. Their standards allow clarity from a development side and clarity from assessing side also, which leads to a more efficient process, which it enables that process to not be lengthy or wasteful or expensive.
Right.
So globally similar goals.
Basically, it is in a low impact design principles. That's how it will have the affordable housing and everything that gives the low impact design principles, brings that affordability on that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one. In terms of our desire to take WDC's engineering standard, thinking they are more simpler, more doable, more functional. That's the intention. But there's work to be done, and you're taking it as a start. If I read the report right, why did you choose WDC? Why not Auckland Council, which probably will be much more superior in terms of functionality? And another thing, corollary to that, the transportation part is to be presented by NTA, which is looking after 3 councils. Why so? Why couldn't you do it at your end?
I'll respond to that. So to answer to your first question, Councillor, my understanding is that a review was done many years ago of both the Auckland and Whangarei. And Whangarei is probably more aligned to the work we do here in the district. So that's point one. NTA review is separate. Possibly going to bring them together as a different team doing that assessment, and that'll be brought to you next month.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As an insight, are there any specific, just one or two areas that by us moving to Whangarei standards will have a real difference to what we're already experiencing or we're working under? Are there any obvious changes that we will see?
I think from the engineering standards, we have the alternative designs, which we can, if it is not compliance to the, if the site is not suitable to our engineering standards and compliance to that, then they can give us an alternative design principles and which we can look into that. So that flexibility was added into our engineering standards one. That gives a lot of leverage to the developers to see any alternative designs other than just sticking on to our engineering standards. That's one of the major issues there. And some of the issues like stability, land stability and other issues which are taken into that because the ground movements and all. So that which we covered extensively here, but with the guidance how to follow that. So these are the major things which we can see from our new engineering standards.
But without wanting to get too specific, but one thing that we've talked about in the past, the crossings, and we have crossings that are gargantuan and damned expensive. The landowner, the property developer. Does that change? Does that area change with this?
Yeah, it does. So we're looking what's fit for purpose. You know, so if a large vehicle crossing is not fit for purpose for a residential development, then that's
Won't have to be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we want to do with these standards is not tie them, make them binary, and we want to have them be more flexible and adaptable to specific situations. I think there's a lot of detail to go through, and obviously we want to make sure that we don't miss anything from elected members. But you know, we've got a working party here. There's three of us. Elected members who want to participate and give their added value would be happy.
Sure.
Councillor Madison.
Thank you, Your Honour. Through you, can we also have the choice of getting engineering done by the Dargaville based people or the Whangarei people and have their alternative price choice? So that we have in the council situation a competitive situation on the engineering standards.
So the answer to your question, councillor, is possibly not, because we've got a standard that we work to, and if we have the flexibility, then that's what we would like to apply. So it's not about, you know, my staff spending 1 hour less compared to Whangarei staff, if that's where I think you're heading. It's making sure that we get the right infrastructure on the ground and the right assessment.
I might have misunderstood this, but I assumed that the standards might eventually be the same between the councils, and therefore the only difference with regard to the situation for an applicant will be the cost. And you appear to be arguing now that you want to have differences in the standards.
We want flexibility in the standards.
Well, flexibility is differences, isn't it?
Sorry?
Flexibility is differences. That's another discretion that you will have that's not necessarily specified. Because if it's the same task, surely it's the same standard. I end my argument.
So just clarifying one through the chair, his question is more to do with whether we use people from Whangarei and also from Dargaville with the same standard. So we have some kind of competitiveness, not to do so much with the engineering standard, but in terms of, So I don't think there should be an issue with that.
Yeah, that was the question that I answered earlier on to Councillor Howard. Sorry, Patson.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, I have some input. Having worked with the engineering standards for a number of years myself, My concern would be that we end up with a situation where we have even more bureaucratic oversight and making it difficult for people to actually interpret it, particularly if, I don't necessarily disagree with some flexibility, but I think we need to have surety. And like I know what it's like to work under the Kaipara District engineering standards and then jump over to the other side, the Whangarei, and then prepare a job for a week and then someone says, no, that's all wrong, even though you know it's, so I don't necessarily have a strong disagreement with making the same basic rules carried through, particularly when the situations are just the same. I take into account Councillor Howard's concerns about the size of crossings, and now we have a situation where we were making people that were putting little rural lots together, put crossings and that took into account the never occasion of having a truck and trailer with a load of cattle through there, you know. So what I'd like to do, because I think it's really important to the upcoming district plan, I'd like to propose that we form a working group just to have a good look at some of these standards and put that through to another council meeting where we can put a working group together and not rush this too quickly with our advice. And so we're satisfied that we have engineering standards that can be applied under our new district plan that'll meet the purposes of the council, ensuring that we have good standards, good builds, and but also that landowners aren't frustrated by some of the rules. I think we need to be really clear on that. And funny enough, I was just talking to Anand about it before, about the fact that every time I walk through one of our subdivisions, some I worked on myself years ago, the number of footpaths that are broken and destroyed with high ebbs and stuff growing on them. So I would actually like to see an improvement in the footpath standard, you know. So it's not about me wanting to make it easy, it's about me wanting to ensure that we cover all the bases with standards that work. Nothing worse than council having to come into subdivisions that we've taken over and have to replace all the footpaths because maybe they needed another inch of concrete, they needed to be edge thickened on each side and have a rod of steel in them, you know, like for very little extra money. Maybe we can nail a few things I think that are important going forward. So that's what I'd like to suggest. Thank you. Sustainability. Any other questions?
Just through you, Chair, we've got members on our working party.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, see,
Sorry, through you, Mr Mayor. So, are you, just a question of view, are you suggesting it's a separate working party to the district plan working party, or do you want to?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so separate to that?
Yeah, I think the engineering standards are very important for the district going forward. And I just think we want to make sure that elected members and council are happy with what we're going to be using for the next how many years, you know? Because they're a big part of what people do in our district when they develop, you know, whether it's the size of their crossings, whether it's all the aspects that come under the engineering.
I suppose, well, the question is around, and I suppose this can be worked through with the working party, but maybe alignment or not, because if one of the questions the team have asked here today is, should the engineering standards be included in the district plan or outside of the district plan?
Well, we should make that decision through that party as well.
Okay.
Because I can see problems with, I know flexibility is a good thing in some ways, but, you know, if you've got situations where people are imposing flexibility that they believe in, but it's not actually working for everyone else, you know.
Okay.
Maybe we need more clarity within it.
That's fine. So the team could perhaps Councillor Larson, present to the council meeting in September, so we'll set up a working party. That's the direction I hear we're getting.
Thank you. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I guess just a comment that arises for me in terms of flexibility might be around what Councillor Manderson was alluding to. Flexibility is great if it allows you to, we've got a very variable topography in our district, and it's not always easy to stick to sort of big urban type greenfield standards, and the flexibility is great, except that it depends who decides what flexibility is good, because if flexibility with the council staff to decide that they don't like what an applicant is proposing, then that flexibility might work against an applicant as well. And what it may also do is create uncertainty. And of course, as we know, uncertainty leads to uncertainty of outcome and uncertainty of ongoing cost. And then that ultimately can lead to inactivity, the opposite of what we want. So I think it's a great idea that the Mayor has had, is let's have a working party of some sort and make sure we land somewhere where we get the outcomes that we want for council, but also can be flexible in what our ratepayers want to do with their property.
Yeah, thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much. Okay, we look forward to progressing that.
Thank you, Roshi. You guys.
Thank you.
Come back up.
I'm going to look at a low tide situation. I'm not sure. Okay, next item was item 5 on our agenda, Kaipara Transportation Activity Update 2023, to be presented by Calvin Thomas from NTA. Thank you, Calvin.
Not to get blinded. Lena, firstly, Bernard sends his apologies. He's been knocked down with the flu. So if there's any specific technical questions, I'll have to take them away. But just want to run through some of the highlights of the July monthly report. So firstly, again, routine inspections continued in accordance with the contract, with at least 50% of the network inspected over the July period. There was a continued focus on works completion quality, so 33% of the ordered works jobs were audited, and just under 10% of the routine works, which was 312 jobs, with the majority of those no significant failures in the audit of any of the audit outcomes. Grading was completed with 3 graders working full-time over July, and we expect that continued into August. And as we see more favourable weather, not discounting the rainfall on Sunday, but we will be commencing the full rehabilitation programs on those selected sites around the network that we've reported on previously. In terms of the unsealed rehab program, so the initial preparation works have started, drainage works. Full rehab works are presently planned to be undertaken on sections of each of these roads, which are all included as an appendix in the report. So just, I guess one of the key things about that is the word sections. This is not a full rehabilitation on the entire road of each of those roads. It's targeted at the areas that require it. And much the same, preparation works are beginning on the sealed road rehabilitation. So we have 8 sections of sealed road, which is a combination of sites which were deferred from last year because of the shortened wet summer construction period, and the sites that were on the program for this year.
What we're looking for the rehabilitation program this year is half of those sites will be delivered through the maintenance contract, with the other half going out to competitive tender. And so the results of the competitive tender will determine whether we can do all 8 sites or whether it reduces back to 7 based on available budget.
Excuse me, can you just inform me, those are the road distances you've got in there that are going to be done, right?
Yep.
And so the rehabilitation, will that include potholes, remilling, slumped areas, etc.?
So this is a full rehabilitation of these sections. So it's dig out and rebuild right from scratch, including the drainage and everything else. This is in addition to the reseal program, which is just the surface resealing. So these are the 8 sites that are effectively getting a full rebuild in those sections.
Councillor Lambert.
So just on that first one there, the Bailey's Coast Road, I take it that's along Uncle Foster's Flat there, where it's basically in the peatland, isn't it?
I believe so, but I can find out the exact location. What I will do for the next report is get a map to pinpoint where these actually are.
Because that would be a major, wouldn't it, on peat?
Yeah, I think there are challenges with Northland's ground conditions wherever we are, and peat is one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, because that one's been right down to, I think it's been lowered down to a 50k temporary zone because it's so rough, and it is quite very dangerous.
So I believe it's the first 4 on that list are the ones that were deferred from last year.
Right, yeah.
So what we're seeing over winter is sites that had pre-seal repairs done this time last year. In preparation for rehabilitation. That rehabilitation hasn't happened in time, and obviously those sites are deteriorating further, so we're having to hold them over winter.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you. It's good to see Baldock Road on there. Is that really? So, yeah, that's good. Thank you.
So I think one thing that's come through both in the sealed rehabilitation and the unsealed rehabilitation, we've had feedback is this just targeting noisy roads or anything else? The reality is that the roads are determined asset inspections and the condition and the period of life and the determined need. What that coincides with is noisy, high complaint roads, and generally because those roads are in the end of life state. So it should be more worried if the roads don't line up with those that are getting a lot of complaints about.
And it would also be interesting to see where on Mangawhai Road that repair.
Yeah. So I will.
Happening. If you could just.
So in the next monthly report, I'll get a little insert map for each of those sites, just so you can see exactly where they are, just an overlay of Google Maps.
So that would relate, or that there would relate to the rapid identification numbers, would it?
Yeah, so it's route position. So it's more or less, most times it aligns with, so route position 3175 would be number 317 type thing on the road.
Yes.
But yeah, occasionally our route positions are in reverse order to the addresses, so it just
things.
And the other obviously significant progress that's happening at the moment is the emergency works program that's continuing. So within the report, we highlighted the areas and sites that have been addressed over July, with some obviously some work that was being done on a number of those sites, and the planned works that when I spoke to Tim earlier this week progressed well over August. In addition to this, we are almost completed the emergency works assessment program, which we briefly touched on at one of the previous briefings. So that is the assessment of what were deemed to be the phase 3 complex slip sites. So we did an initial geotech assessment of each of those sites. And from that, it came back with 3
three potential options of repair. One is a do minimal, one is a maintenance repair, and one is a complex full design repair. What we've found through the assessment panel, which includes roading staff, but also Waka Kotahi as the funder, is about 40% of the sites have retained complex status repair, but 60% of the sites have dropped back to either a less complex maintenance repair following geotech advice, or what we're calling a maintenance-led geotech supervised repair, which is very much the same approach we took to Kaiwaka Mangawhai Road immediately after the event. And how that works is the geotech provide the initial advice on the repair type, and the contractors will commence the repair, and the geotech do once or twice daily visits to just reconfirm ground conditions, make sure we've got the toe of the slip confirmed in the right place, and that is almost a build and design as opposed to design and build, so that speeds up the repair process for those sites.
Councillor Lambert.
Just going to pick your brains here a little bit. The Bob Taylor Road, the work that's been done on State 14 just nearby, do you control both those? Is there ability to use machines on both projects since they're only a couple of 100 metres apart? And do you often do that? Do you have the ability to do that?
Fortunately, the answer to the second question is no. So being a state highway, it is a separate contract with Waka Kotahi. Where possible, we will try and align timings to make use of management and the likes. But actually sharing the contract is not something. What we are doing, however, in terms of where it's cross-council boundaries, so things like work on Paparoa Oakley and on Cove Road, we're looking at putting packages together to a single contractor rather than splitting it by council.
Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Calvin, our ratepayers don't necessarily understand or comprehend the defines between what NTA are responsible for and what Waka Kotahi NZTA are responsible for, but they will point the finger at the KDC, where areas. So I know it's not included in this area, it's a state highway, but that hill road coming down into Paparoa, we experienced it again today. It is state highway, but it would be really good if we were provided with information on really bad areas of that roading. We were communicated with about what the repair strategy is and timing, so that at least we can inform our ratepayers of anything that is happening, because many people have had bad experiences over the crest of that hill.
So in response to that, I'll work with Jason separately offline, but I know Steve Mutton from Waka Kotahi has been talking about coming in to council to provide updates of their forward works program and their emergency works program. So we'll see if we can facilitate that for one of the upcoming briefings, because he does provide reports to RTC, but probably not at that level of detail. So if we can facilitate that.
Emailing him now.
Thank you. Ashton?
Okay, carry on. Is that the end of your?
Sorry, that is the last slide. Yep.
Okay, any further questions? Well, thanks for that, Calvin. Right, well, see Maris hungry.
We got to see
the chief.
I will. Sorry, Calvin.
Sorry. Just wanted to, one small update that's not in the report, but just to assure you that the first cut of the continuous program funding application to Waka Kotahi went in successfully on Friday. It does show a significant uplift
in the requested funding from what is present, noting that what is present was already moderated down. We have had a session with the Ministry of Transport on the GPS government policy statement that's currently up for review, and had a session with the Regional Transport Committee on a submission for that. But indications are that they're looking to lift the local road maintenance funding band by about 35%. It sounds like a large amount, but when you actually take into account escalation over the last 3 years, we've encountered a 29% lift already compared to what was by the time we finished this year's program. So we have put in a program that covers everything we need, noting that regionally that has lifted the value of the program from approximately 240 million for 3 years in this current cycle to about 450 million in this cycle. So we'll go through the process, but come back through your LTP processes as well with further updates from Andy Brown.
And the dry weather has arrived.
Have all your leads up to date?
Want dry weather, so we get a good rating program over the summer, and also a drought, so that people take up the water rights for the Taitokoro.
No, careful what you wish for.
Anyway, we will break for lunch and we will come back at 12:30. Thank you. All right, let's reconvene. Next on our agenda is transport choices, presented by Vishali Sankar from NTA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nick Marshall and Vaishali Sankar from the KDC Roading team. Today we're going to run through the feedback on the Transport Choices Dargaville program, which is a further update and earlier update provided to elected members. This is a prelude to a decision paper that we will bring on the 27th. Vaishali will do the bulk of the talking to the presentation. I'll just run through some information from the earlier briefing that we had about the program. This is a program that works to provide opportunity for people to use active modes to move around Dargaville. There were quite strict rules around what we could and couldn't apply for when we applied in September last year. The main ones were it needed to provide active mode options for kids accessing school, local communities to be able to walk. Had to be within our long-term plan or existing strategies. So our walking cycling strategy, Dargaville Community Plan. And they needed to be able to be delivered by June 2024. So those constraints were
and we are still engaging with TQE. They have requested for a cultural impact assessment, which we are currently working on. So we will keep them in the loop as we move forward. We particularly had a workshop with Dargaville Primary School. Our briefing goes ahead, and what that primarily consisted of was the crossings along their frontage, which is Gordon Street, and the connections to their schools itself. And we had targeted letter drops to the residents who were mainly affected by this project. And then we had 2 community drop-in sessions where we could raise some questions or just discuss about the project itself, and we could answer or just get into a discussion about the project and in the later stage. When we go out to the consultation summary, this is quite different to what's there in the briefing paper, because we did receive a few more survey feedbacks after we submitted the briefing paper. Therefore, the numbers are slightly different to what is there in the briefing paper itself. So totally, we received 320 feedbacks as a whole, and out of which 68% are in support of the project, in general support of the project, and 31% are not in support of the project itself, which includes a petition that we received separately as well. Out of this, we've made a split between the different options as to how many were in support of option 1 or 2, or hybrid, like a mix of both options, and some were in favor of both the options with some changes introduced in the plan itself. So we had certain comments from the drop-in sessions as well about the crossings on State Highway that we proposed, and some of the key route connections that needs to be changed, or the connections that were missing, or the desire lines for the schools itself, which we need to have a further look at. So that's why this has been split up into 5 different categories. So this is like the basic split. But in regards to the split between option 1 and 2, there wasn't a major difference. So it was pretty much a 50-50 split between both the options, and some requested like a hybrid change. So when we come down to the desire lines for the school students itself, there are 5 schools within Dargaville, And this particular design line was identified from the survey feedback that we received from schools and the drop-in sessions. For example, the Perori Street extension down to State Highway that was actually proposed or that was raised in the drop-in sessions where they stated that Avakino isn't a convenient place to cross. Therefore, Perori is like a key design line where we would be able to cross and would like to go into the town centre. Therefore, this was identified as part of the drop-in sessions, just the general feedback that we got from the community and the school surveys. So here we have the revised option 3. The reason we are going with shared paths is because it is all off-road. That way we want to reduce the road bits, and it addresses some of the issues that were raised in the community feedback, that is removal of parking spaces. And if we provide shared path, it's all going to be within the berm space itself. The black line is the key route. That is where the shared path will go. So blue dotted lines are the existing footpath, and ones are the footpath that we are proposing to connect to the missing links that's existing. For example, outside the Selwyn Park School itself, school students supported option 1, but they wanted footpath outside their project, outside their school frontage. And that's why we've kind of mixed both option 1 and 2, and we've arrived at a option 3, which is primarily shared path, and it's all within the berm space.
Councillor Lambert.
The slide you've shown there is different to the slide we've got here. Please explain what all those 5 priorities are down there, which have been added onto your document rather than ours.
Oh, yes. That reflects back to the design lines that we showed in the previous slide. So it's just the priority routes for each school themselves. So that's why we've identified it and included in the next slide, just to make sure that it's there. It links back to the design lines.
And just one further one, are you proposing to remove existing crossings? I note that the one adjacent to Hokianga Road on State Highway 12, outside the old post office, is not shown on this plan. Is that to be removed?
Chair, we are not going to be removing any of the existing crossings on State Highway. For example, we will be, instead of a disabled crossing at Avakino itself, we will not provide refuge islands. So we're just introducing new crossings. We will not be removing any of the existing crossings.
So in light of that, the one outside Dargaville Primary School, we've got a school crossing and a raised crossing. There's already a care crossing halfway between those. So in a distance of approximately about 75 metres, you're going to have 3 crossings?
Through the chair, my apologies. I will reframe my previous answer. Yes, we will be removing that particular crossing, and we had a workshop with the Dargaville Primary School, and the principal and the students were in favor of having crossings at the intersection. Therefore, we will be removing that particular Kia crossing outside Dargaville Primary and provide the crossings at the intersection. And the one closer to Portland Street would be a raceable zebra. That way they have priority.
Thank you. And the one at Selwyn Park will remain because it's not showing there.
So through the chair.
Sorry.
At the Selwyn Park is being delivered as part of a different project in this LTP period. So that is going to be a raised table platform, and it is in the there's an existing Kia crossing outside the alleyway that connects to the school,
yes,
which will be which will become a raised table platform, and they are working right now.
Could you explain to me what the difference is between a raised crossing and a raised table zebra crossing? Are they 2 different things?
Sure. So the subtle difference from us looking at it when we drive along the road is the zebra markings on top, which changes who has priority. So if it has the zebra markings, people walking across it or cycling, if it's a shared use one, have priority over the vehicles. Without that, the vehicles have priority.
It's really important people understand the difference, I guess.
And sorry, there's a difference with care crossings. So class now is children's crossing, am I correct there? They're operated by school children at certain times of the day, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, and they are another control. And when they are operated, the children crossing have priority. They also have that added protection of highlighting that they've got the priority versus a zebra that won't have that additional highlighting of it, although the control is very similar.
Yeah, sorry, I knew the answer to that. I was just for the benefit.
So, Ash and then councillor Howard.
Yeah, I did put a question by email. I don't know whether you got it. I was just surprised, how come 56% against it? And you're still going ahead with the option of 46%. That's the graph you have, the one before.
So
this is just a, yeah. Keep going back. Keep going back.
This one here is the comparing the options.
No, just keep going.
This one here is an update to what's.
No, just keep going back. So the option you had is how many people were against both option is 56%. It is in the pie chart.
So through the chair, as Nick explained, the graph in your papers has been updated to reflect consultation feedback that has been received since.
Also, this one is old.
So this is the updated, which showed in favour and 31% not in favour. So the original one in your paper did not include all consultation feedback. It was the feedback at the time of the report being written.
Why it's just a day. Anyway, I won't dispute it, but that's what it looks like. And if I remember correctly, Calvin, in one of the first presentation you said, we cannot budge with it. We can either take it or leave it. That was the option given to us. By looking at it, so many optional changes and all, so there is a room to move.
So through the chair, the cannot budge is not budging on the desired outcomes, location, and what is the foundation principles of this project, which is related to school, as Nick said, school connectivity, and increasing walking and cycling, and being projects within the LTP. So the geographic area where it sits is part of the funding approval, and the desired outcomes of improving connections for schools and into town need to be maintained. Through the consultation process, and this happens with most projects, you find that what is originally designed on paper is either not achievable within the budgets or not what the community does based on feedback. And so the intent of a consultation process is to take that community feedback, look at more detailed design and costings, and then determine what can be fit within that project parameters. So remembering for this, as well as the delivery deadline of 30th of June, there is a funding cap of the $8 million. So being that this is completely externally funded, we need to maintain that funding cap with the design to ensure that it's not a cost to Kaipara ratepayers.
No, I understand that, but I'm just finishing my question as a supplementary. I would rather have the feedback when you're coming from Hokianga Road down there, that crossing should have been included as a footpath in the same plan and fix that, and then we can go to Waka Kotahi to put some lights there or roundabout there. I mean, we should have considered those options in there. Why not?
Through the chair, and it's an excellent question around that intersection.
Yeah.
And I would agree that that is one of the biggest, probably the biggest risk intersection in the Dargle Township. The control for that sits with Waka Kotahi, and it has been something for 3 successive RLTPs. We've raised that with them, that we'd like them to consider either lights or a roundabout, or at least intersection improvements there, particularly for pedestrians crossing that road. It means it's quite hard to cross there, but it is not within the scope of this project. 2 reasons. One, we didn't believe that we could actually deliver the right solution in the timeframe we had, and we feel it's something that Waka Kotahi need to put into their program.
Are they aware of this program?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, just one little thing, another anomaly with the plan that we've been given. I see a stray purple box fallen off our one, which is not on your one. A refuge island school crossing, we've got it shown semi sort of in the Dargle Primary School grounds, but that should be removed by the looks of it, or was that put up on Ranfurly Street, where the connection is between the blue dots and the green dots on Ranfurly Street? crossing over that, the Portland Terrace extension, I think.
Charlotte Street.
Through the chair, just so I can check that we're talking about the same stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've got a purple dot just down, no, where you were before, just basically where your knuckle is, no?
Charlie's found it, yep.
Yeah, so is that something that's been dropped off, or was that meant to be at the Portland on Ranfurly Street, or do we just forget it's even there?
Through the chair, it is supposed to be for the intersection that connects down to, on Ranfurly Street itself to
Thank you.
the school.
Thank you.
Build-outs and refuge island for them to be able to access and the footpath connections.
Thank you. And you know, just to note to this, I like the consultation process that you've gone through. The raised crossings all appear to be closely associated with stop signs anyway. So that's been a great move forward. The big thing that I like is that you've got rid of it from the Normby Street, the pedestrian crossing at the crest of the hill. That was going to cause a lot of problems, but thank you.
Is there someone else there? Was it Councillor Howard wanted a question?
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm looking at this down Normanby Street. And I'm wondering, is this being convoluted and made more difficult than it's reasonable to expect for drivers? So you've got two different forms of crossing happening down there. Now, there's one thing for the kids and teachers to understand it. It's another thing for drivers to understand their rights and things like that. I think that most of us would assume you see kids crossing, most people would stop, you know, things like that. But I don't understand, I just like clarity on why we need to have different forms down there. And you got three of them within 4 blocks. So are we adding complexity that we don't need to?
Through the chair, that is an excellent question and one actually very close to my heart. So I'm part of a national reference group talking about that exact issue, that we have too many options, and myself and many of my counterparts from smaller councils rather see less of them so that there's more clarity. And particularly, I don't like having both what's called a courtesy crossing and a raised crossing. They, to me, smell exactly the same. There's subtle difference as one has different coloured paving.
Yep.
And apparently that changes your control, who has right of way. I don't like that because when I ask people, I get 12 different answers as priority. So, and the answer I got back on that is that lack of clarity leads to safety, which I don't personally buy into from my professional opinion. So I actually agree with you and I advocate for having less. However, in terms of there being 3, there's 2 that are similar and 1 that's completely different. And other than the raised crossing versus raised zebra crossing, those 2 do look similar in terms of their profile shape, but people are familiar with the zebra crossing, so that one's nothing new. And people are familiar with the refuge island. It's the raised crossing without zebra, which will be the new one. And we can still, after putting it in, change it cheaply and easily into a zebra. That is where we need to head.
Well, thank you. I'm pleased that, you know, I've raised something that has some accord, because I think we're playing with the minds and the bureaucrats who come up with this stuff, playing with the minds of drivers and adding confusion and adding risk. And so, you know, let's make it clear, make it safely simple as possible would be my advocacy.
Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, just one other thing. Normby Street's a treacherous state highway to cross for anyone, the Canberra and the distance across. There is a history lesson where it was designed to be that wide because it allowed a bullock team to turn around without having to de-hitch, so that's why it's so wide. What I like is these refuge areas, and I'm assuming there'll be a centreline refuge, which means that any person only has to negate one direction of traffic. However, the Normanby Pori Street one, the zebra crossing creates a huge problem on those roads. Is there a possibility that this can be upgraded to a light, a pedestrian light with a red stop sign so that we don't have surprise walkouts in front of trucks and the like, because that's the big problem at present.
So through the chair, from a technical point of view, yes. Within this program, my concern is that if the traffic signals equipment has about 3 to 7 months lead time, depending on what's happening in the market, I didn't believe that we'd be able to procure in time for this. The way we will build it, if it's approved, would be that it has the duct ring, so the cables in the ground already ready, so that it can cheaper, but still not cheap, retrofit to a signals. And if it were a signals, it would roughly double the price.
Yep.
Our experience.
Thank you.
Also no.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Just quickly, two questions, obviously. One, what's the need to put PPC 81 and PPC 82 as a term of reference on the cycleway? Are you looking to connect them at some stage? And the second question is, what happens if the new government withdraws this funding, regardless of the commitment?
Through the chair, your first question, the reason we showed those as a reference is both of those applications, what's on the council website, is their submissions included some shared path as part of their proposals. So it gives a context of if those proceed as they were put forward as a proposal to council, there would be a gap in the network if both or all three projects proceed that council may wish to connect in the future. The second question around if change of government and change in priorities, we will just have to adapt to that.
I'll just take that one slightly through the chair. So the decision paper coming to council in the end of September is we are required to commit to these projects or not commit by the end of September. And that then forms a contractual funding agreement between Kaipara District Council and Waka Kotahi. So once that funding agreement is signed, and the deadline for that is pre-election, that funding is committed. So there is, so the funding agreement has obviously, the funding itself has some timing in terms of delivery, which is the end of June. But the funding agreement itself has deadlines in terms of the end of September. So there is a level of certainty through the funding agreement that that is a contractual arrangement between council and Waka Kotahi to commit and guarantee the funding.
Do we have to have our plans in concrete, or is there room for movement after that period?
Through the chair, they have said we need to have what they call detailed design, but it's probably about a 70% complete. So is it in concrete? No, there's still room to move, but noting we're against the wire in terms of 11 months to go, 10 months to go. So we do need to refine our design quite quickly and make a decision if we're proceeding.
Okay, so with this proposal, does it come with a speed reduction?
Through the chair, the two are interdependent, as in they don't have to be together. But for some of the roads where, if we proceed as it's shown, we are more likely to, as staff, technical advisors, suggest a lower speed limit. If the proposal doesn't go ahead, we're more likely to suggest a not speed limit because the infrastructure isn't there to support that speed.
Right. The other thing I wanted to ask you was, there's a number of properties lower than some of the path areas, and the path areas are built on the booms, I gather. How much detailed work has been done on the flooding issue that might be created by reducing impervious areas and directing water?
Through the chair, we've engaged drainage specialists to look at that. They have provided early feedback that it can be managed by how we put in the infrastructure, and particularly what curb and channel, if in some places, some and others within the berm, to manage and take that stormwater away. And in other areas, it doesn't require it because of the contours of the land. That detailed analysis is not yet complete because we've changed some of the routes.
So you still have to have that work completed before you submit?
Sorry, sir?
Still have to complete that work before it's submitted?
That work doesn't have to be completed before that deadline with Whakatai, but we need to demonstrate that we're doing that work. Much like the engagement with local iwi, we don't have to have completed it by then, but show that we are doing it.
Yeah, I guess that brings that other word we've been using a bit today, flexibility, after if that's going to happen post submission, does that work give you the flexibility to make changes if you find that you need to?
Through the chair, yes, because we're still working our way through that detailed safety audit stage. And if the changes are in line with recommendations from those peer reviews, same thing for drainage, then yes, it's a normal process that we work through with any Whakatai project.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Lambert.
Just one quick thing. The black lines are a shared path, not a dedicated cycleway. Am I correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Cool. That's the big wide footpath, but still have the parking on the side of the road.
Big wide footpath through the middle of the berm, grass on both sides, then the road left alone next.
Thank you.
Further questions? Okay, do you want to continue? Or have you completed?
What have we got there?
Please, unless anything else, Bob?
You did it all through questions.
By Councillor Collins, if you wanted to.
Jumping ahead.
Sorry.
Previous, sorry.
Please, yeah. So there were some questions from Collins, who is present here today, in regards to the connection of share path on Terra Street to Parori. We can definitely consider that, and section there, we can definitely consider that, and we will have a look, and that might become a primary route to connect through to the share path on Parori itself, and the connection through to the Tunatahi stream that's shown in blue in between Terra and Bottom Street. That might become a secondary connection. And the other one that was raised was the crossing on State Highway. Would it be better suited to move it further down the road near Portland Street and Portway Street? So yes, we did consider that particular location, but given the close proximity of the mobile petrol station and some of the other local businesses, it will be better suited off closer to Parori Street, because it does not affect any of the existing vehicle crossings into the driveways, and it does not, the conflict of movements is pretty low at that particular intersection, and that's why we've got it near Parori Street. And the other one was the share path on Victoria Street. So we've proposed it on the eastern end of Victoria Street, but she requested for it to be moved on the western end. We can definitely consider it if it does cross another intersection. It will then have to be a raised crossing again. So that is a requirement for Whakatai. If it is a primary connection route, then the crossings need to be a primary safe system compliant as well, which is raised crossings. So we can definitely consider that, and we can work our way around that if council is in support of another raised crossing being introduced into the plans. We can definitely consider that particular option as well.
However, our staff recommendation would be to stick with as we've got proposed for that reason, because there's less crossings for people using it.
And then it can
just, all right. We do have a little cluster of shops here with a dairy and a takeaway shop on the other side of the road. So in effect, what you're doing is you'll probably cause people to cross on a non-area,
non-controlled
modified
road to get across to those.
Through the chair, we did consider, Charlie and I discussed it this morning. Our view is some of the users would have that desire line, most of them are actually heading here.
Yep.
So still that's the primary desire line, that's the secondary, and those people can still choose to use existing footpath on the other side of the road, albeit crossing through some roads.
And to add on to Nick's comments, we can definitely consider providing crossing on Victoria Street, but might be another refuge island or curb build-outs to connect to the existing dairy and superette at that corner of Avakino as well. That is designed for the community. Next slide, please. So in summary, previously in the previous briefing paper, we actually outlined that the approximate walking and cycling network would be 8 kilometers. Now it has been reduced down to 7 based on community feedback, and the number of race crossings that we initially proposed have been reduced as well. And the race priority crossing on State Highway has been relocated to Perori Street as well. But we would still like to provide a back island at Avakino just to provide that connectivity across State Highway so that people do not have to move down to Perori to go across State Highway itself. And the next steps are we will present a decision paper on 7th of September. We'll proceed or not proceed itself and then give the authority to CE to sign off the funding agreement. Our deadlines from Waka Kotahi is we need to submit the design, detailed design before the 29th of September, and our funding agreements need to be signed before the 20th of October and start construction in March. So these are the deadlines that Waka Kotahi has put, and these are the steps that we're working towards.
Councillor Lambert.
So did you say being reduced from 12K down to 7?
Through the chair, no, it's from 8 to 7, from 8 kilometers.
We can't use 8 kilometres somewhere else?
So, through the chair, one of the points I raised earlier was also making fitted within budget, so part of that.
Okay.
For budget, well, so.
Can I ask a question too? What sort of surface are you proposing for the shared path? What's the width on the surface?
Through the chair, it's generally 3.5 metres. Some areas it would be 4 metres and some areas only 3 or 2.5 metres. The reasons for the different width is basically the amount of users. The more users, we get wider. So we come closer to, might be easier to show it on the map. As we come closer down to the town centre, you're going to need a wider path, but also in some streets, the berm is quite narrow and some of the berm is pretty generous. So it's a balancing between the amount of width we need and the amount of width of land available.
Through the chair, to add on to Nick's comments, there are certain pinch points as well, like existing trees and power poles. And through the community feedback, they did specify that they would not like trees to be removed at all, and therefore we will work our way around the existing trees and power poles. Therefore, those particular pinch points we will have to move down to do it as well.
The surface type.
And the surface, we're proposing concrete. And the reason for that is concrete, say, versus asphalt. Asphalt has maybe a 12 to 15 year life before we'd have to replace it. Concrete's about a 75-year life before a wholesale replacement and potentially as much as 100 years. So that way the long-term operational cost to council, so rates burden, is a lot less. So that's why we're proposing concrete for the surface.
Exposed aggregate finish?
Through the chair, it would have a light exposed concrete surface so that it can have good skid for those users, particularly the small wheels and scoops, but not too rough because otherwise it's quite uncomfortable for those in wheelchairs and mobility scooters.
And your feet.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So given the timelines and all that, I go back to my earlier point. Will you be re-advocating to NZTA to get some uniformity and try and avoid confusion, or is that all gone? You've just left with what you've got?
So I think through the chair, the timelines do constrain our ability to get a uniform solution, and saying that the methodology of building them, as Nick said, for the traffic light one and the raised platform means that we can retrospectively come back and put uniform in. But if there is a key desire for them to be the same, then we'll need to look at that through the finalisation of that design. So but the construction methodology is exactly the same.
Identical.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, it is what it is. It's in your hands.
Okay, any further questions?
Just last one, this date of submission, you said October 20th. Why can't you make it October 14th, the day of elections, before that? Can you stretch it back in place? signed funding agreement before 20th October. Can you make it by 15th?
So through the chair, the funding is in Waikotahi's Land Transport Fund account. It is sitting there allocated. The same as the rest of the National Land Transport Fund is allocated through to the end of 2024. Based on a finalised council decision on the 27th, we are happy to progress the funding agreement as quickly as we possibly can. So yeah, that is a must be done by date as opposed to wait until date.
Any further questions? Thank you. Aye, the next on our list is item 8, Mangawhai Wastewater Scheme briefing. By Anna Nama.
Thanks. Right. Good now. This is good. Right. It's green here. Green here. You're all right, it's all good.
We're still breathing.
That's right, but tall. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to introduce Clint Control. So Clint's part of my technical team. You've met him before. He's going to be assisting me in the presentation today. So we're here today to talk about the Mangawhai Community Wastewater Scheme. This is a continuation of further update or briefings that we have given you in December and as late as April this year. So the purpose really is just to update elected members on the progress we've been making and recommend some programs of work that we want to undertake. Look, I won't go through this in a lot of detail, but really want to give you an update on Browns Road Farm, where we're at, our understanding of where growth is heading, talk about a staged improvement program, a little bit around this irrigation, and then steps. We will be coming back to council at the end of the month. So just a little bit of, we are draining the Browns Road dam. We talked about this in our April update, where we've had some evidence that the dam may well be leaking. So over the past couple of months, we have been draining the dam, and as a consequence of that, we have been finding some eel species as well.
Is that the historic lining that's there?
So again,
that's the historical lining of that?
Yes. Yeah, it is. It's a single liner.
Is it leaking?
It is.
Just like a landfill, eh? Okay, carry on.
Look, so I just want to re-inform my technical team. It consists of Clint Control, who's living with me, Craig White and Liam. They're both from Becker Hunter H2O out of Sydney. Very capable people in the field of wastewater treatment. We've also got Garrett from Becker. He's an expert in resource consent management, and Peter Gehring, who's a known expert in the field of subsurface irrigation. So just a bit of a recap on Browns Road. We have been having some issues with local residents. There have been times when we've had periodic spikes of hydrogen sulfide levels that basically get to a point where they're detected by humans. We've known this because we've actually put loggers out there that detects the hydrogen sulfide. And whilst it's continuous, we've got evidence that there are periodic spikes. It's still a concern for the residents. The hydrogen sulfide is being generated by two things. We understand that there's been a little bit of plant performance that's bringing solids into the dam, which it shouldn't do. But we also get algal bloom, and when that dies, that generates hydrogen sulfide. As a result of the medical concerns raised by the residents, we've brought on board the medical officer of health from Northland DHB, and he is responsible for the communications and investigations of the issues that the residents are facing. So there it is. We suspected that the liner had a tear or a leak. The photos there basically just show that we found the leak. It's a single liner, and normally it would be multi-layer, but for some reason this is just a single liner, and it's failed along the weld. So we're just going through the process of fully draining the dam at the moment, and then we'll do a full inspection and a full repair.
Was it just leaking through that one spot?
Pretty much, yeah. But you've got to remember, you've got 5 metres of head.
Yes.
And this was causing issues in the wetlands down on the residents.
So, just this one says it's a close-up of a rock, or is it a close-up of a rip? The one which is leaking, the photograph.
Yeah.
What is it?
That's the dam liner.
So is it a rip or is it rock? Close-up of a rock, it says.
Rip. No, rip. It's a rip. Sorry, it's a tear.
Read a close-up of a rock, so I'm confused. Thank you. That's what comes up.
No, so it's a rip in the liner itself.
Thank you.
Which is causing the leak. So what's happening at the moment is it's just depicts what's proposed. So 13 kilometres of pipeline from the Mangawhai treatment plant through out to Browns Road. Browns Road running out of capacity by 2026 projections that we have identified. The plant itself has capacity until 2024 based on the growth that we've identified. And then we've got to look for alternative solutions in terms of irrigation to the golf course. We've canvassed obviously a number of issues with the former committee, and the ocean outfall was, which left a very narrow options available for future use. So in the future, if we do proceed with the golf course, we're still wanting Browns Road, therefore some redundancy. But we may also, depending on how much the golf course can take in winter, utilise the existing infrastructure that we do have. I do want to move away from the spray irrigation. It's old technology, and potentially look for more wetlands or subsurface irrigation at Browns Road Farm as well. And that'll just shrink our footprint that we need on the farm site. So in terms of capacity, so we've basically got around 2,700 connected properties. Now of that, it's a question that Councillor Williams raised, there's about 370 that are capable to connect. Majority of those are residents, and there's a few commercial. So we'll put the information out in an email, so with the responses to your questions. Now those are included in the 2.7 because they are capable to connect. They can get a building consent and connect. And then we just got the future population projections going right out through to 2047. So the plant's got capacity of around about 3,000 connections. We know where we sit today. And what we're proposing is a staged implementation to bring the capacity up for future growth. Now, I'll talk a little bit more about indents in a little while along with Clint. That essentially buys us another 780 odd connections through the implementation of the indents. And then we'll talk about the stage 2, which buys us further capacity out to the projected 2047. So we've been working quite a lot with the designers, and also you would have met a gentleman from Alta. He came to the April briefing. So Alta are independent cost consultants. So it was important that, when we set out what our costs were, that they were independently verified, just to make sure that we weren't too light or we weren't too heavy. And they largely aligned with the numbers that we came up with. This is a P95. Yep, P95. So it just basically gives you the probability of certainty on the upturn cost. We don't know what inflation is going to do, but there's a projected inflation built into it. But also these costs will get further refined when you get into detailed design. So it's broken down into stage 1, 2, and 3. Stage 1 is the implementation of the indents system to give us some immediate relief in the capacity. Stage 2 is then converting some of our existing infrastructure and another indents unit to give us further capacity. And then obviously there's the irrigation or disposal of the effluent, which we're proposing at both the golf club and the existing Browns Road farm. So there's a total, and then there's local networks that we need to upgrade. So the total project is sitting at around $72 million. It's slightly lower than the work that was done by the previous committee. They were sitting up around the 96 million, I think, from memory. So what we're proposing at the end of the month is coming with an approval paper to proceed with the indents system. These systems come from overseas and they're very limited on the shelf around the world, and they're quite popular. We understand that there are a few on the shelf ready to go. Otherwise, there's potentially a 6 to 12 month build time to get these things built. So we'll outline that in the paper. So just a little bit more detail. So I'm going to get Clint now to probably talk about indents because I've mentioned it about 10 times. So just in simple terms, we'll sort of tell you how indents works and how we actually build the capacity.
Yeah, thank you. So every wastewater treatment plant has its weak point in terms of capacity. The ones in this area of New Zealand all seem to have a common weak point, and that's their ability to hold the solids that we treat out of the wastewater. So you can imagine the liquid, the raw sewage goes into the plant. We go through a treatment process, and through that treatment process, we're removing the solids and materials, and we hold that, we dewater it, and then we send it to landfill. The issue with Mongawai, the weak point, is that solids retention. So when we try to drive the plant harder and push more flow through it, the plant wants to lose the solids, and then they go out of the treated effluent. As Anna mentioned earlier, they can end up in the dam. And there are consent limits on the plant in terms of the maximum allowable solids. So through our analysis, we identified that that's the primary weak point with the plant in terms of near-term capacity. So the way indents works is it uses the law of physics, gravity, centripetal force. And so what it does is the water is spun through and the heavier solids are retained and kept in the biological process. And the light solids that tend to cause all the problems get wasted to a storage tank. So indents effectively acts like a turbocharger would on a car, and allows you to operate the plant at higher flow rates and not lose solids out of the process. It's a low risk proposition in that it's a simple mechanical process. There's no sort of wizardry behind it. The other thing that give Anand and I a lot of confidence is Watercare has the exact same problem with the Mongaree treatment plant and the Warkworth treatment plant. And they've put indents on those plants, and it's worked very well through the commissioning. In fact, Anand and I have consulted with the engineers and operators on the Mongawai facility that have commissioned. So we're going to do a bit of a learning exchange to make sure that when we apply indents at Mongawai, we're leveraging the knowledge they already have. But it's a low risk, relatively low cost system that allows us to add a bit more capacity, buys us time in the near term. But it's actually quite useful for the treatment plant in the long term, in that it keeps the plant stable for holding those solids. And the other sort of icing on the cake is, if you like, is it helps reduce the phosphorus out of the treatment plant, which is part of the reason we get a lot of algae in the dam. Is phosphorus is what's driving those algae blooms. So it's a bit of icing on the cake for the indents, but.
The other thing that we've been doing over the last month is actually optimizing the plant. So Clint and Liam and Craig have been over for the best part of 3 weeks working out of the plant and optimizing it.
Yeah, so just a quick summary. So the optimization team, what we did is we came in, Craig and Liam have operated plants very similar to Mongawai all across the Pacific region. So they bring a lot of operational experience. In a very simple term, through the optimization work, we did intense sampling monitoring, and we worked with the Downers operational team. And what we discovered is the plant has a few design flaws that we needed to correct. One is how the air gets pumped into the biological tanks. The aeration system is designed for those peak summer holiday flows, and so it doesn't run particularly well when we've got the winter resident population. But we were able to reprogram the controllers and change how the aeration system works. And we made some other tunes, if you like. Again, the analogy is tuning the car, but it's suffice to say the plant is performing a lot better in terms of nitrogen, phosphorus, and the plant's actually using less energy now because we don't have to pump the air as hard as what it was being pumped previously. The last thing I'll say is the Mongawai treatment plant, it's important to remember it needs to function well in the winter when you don't have the summer holiday population. So right about now, we're probably just under resident 5,000 population, and in the summer holidays, it peaks up to over 15,000. And for treatment plants, it's very hard to get them to run against those different flows and meet the consents. But with that optimization, we've really made a big difference in terms of the quality of effluent coming out now. And with indents on top of it, that near-term capacity that we need. So it's a good news story.
So staged involves some works on the inlet screen. We've got a current balance tank that we're building. It's near finished, and that's taking the high flows when we get the storm events. What we want to do over time, and we'll talk through the program, is actually convert that to a third CAS system, and then install an indents on the back end of it to get its optimal performance. In order for us to send effluent out to a golf course, for example, we need to have high quality water leaving our gate. And that's the sort of bar that I've set with my team, is that we want to make sure there's no public health concerns once the effluent leaves our gate, which means that we need to bring in ultrafiltration. And then we also need to reactivate the UV system that's there. It hasn't operated for a number of years. And obviously we need resource consent, and then we're looking at subsurface irrigation, both at Browns and the golf course. And then stage 3 is actually the physical implementation of the irrigation. So what we want to do is tidy up the front end, which is the treatment system, and then we need to look for a disposal solution. I've largely talked to this, but the plant does get at capacity at 2024. So we do want to put the indents in to give us additional capacity. And then the Browns Road Farm, again, runs out of capacity around 2026. Now, a lot of this timing is subject to a number of things happening. One, council approving stage 1 for us, and the design of stage 2 and 3. And then should reform proceed, then obviously it'll move into Waitamaki Tikihiku, which is Entity A. And we've put in sufficient funding in the asset management plan to allow a continuation of these works. And I'm also part of, I guess, the water care, sorry, retract that, sorry, my apologies. The Entity A establishment team that's looking at how we've got a pipeline of work and we've got continuation of work. So, my ethos would be that, this project continues and we finish stage 1, 2, and 3. I might just pause there and take a couple of questions if you want to, or I'm happy to continue.
Yeah, Richard, just interested in this. I have a similar plant in Mangere, water care. Whereabout? Is it in the Otara market or where is it? The location, you want to see it?
No, it's physically in Mangere. So, I mean, if you wanted to arrange a...
yeah, I would like to see it, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you both. Excellent. I have a query. If we go to stage 3, I understand the indicative cost for the SDI. And I know that you're talking about up here integrating in with Browns Road. The indicative cost for the SDI and the disposal onto the golf course was in the order of 7 to 10 million. Now, that was all projections, Is that still the case for that specific side of the package?
Yeah, we haven't had any further information to say it wouldn't be.
Yep.
But obviously, we want to get into more. We've done the investigations to prove that it's feasible. Now, the next stage is to do prelim design to then refine the cost.
The cost. Okay, if I may, Mr. Mayor, a secondary. At earlier meetings, we've talked about the impact also of the proposed stormwater. Now, I know that's another subject, but stormwater coming from Wood Street, Molesworth Drive through the golf course. Now, the key thing here is that ultimately this is a long-term solution. We started off before the stormwater project started. And I know that there has been some differences in volumes talked about with the stormwater versus Stantec versus our irrigation specialist, Peter Gearing. Are you absolutely comfortable that there'll be no compromise to the golf course, the whole process, and that the ultimate exiting of the water through the golf course infrastructure will be sufficiently capable of handling bigger volumes through the stormwater?
The answer is, but we've got a number of choke points on the golf course, so we need to first.
Yeah.
Obviously, we need to design the detention basin, but then there's also the wetlands, which is a choke point. So my team are in discussions with NRC and Te Ho. So those wetlands need to be rehabilitated and opened up in terms of get rid of all the debris and all the blockages, and then get that performing well, such that the water's got a free-flowing pathway right out to the estuary.
Okay, so those discussions with the NRC are operating and going well?
I haven't had any information come back to say there's some roadblocks, I'll get involved if that's the case.
Yep. Cool. Thank you.
I might just, Mr. Mayor, come back to this slide and talk about, it's a big number, $72 million. So we'll talk about what council will be approving and the implications of that. We'll come back to that. Look, this is just largely what we just talked about. So putting in the indents is phase one, and then optimizing the balance tank and the rest of the plant, commencing on from 2026. Wait, can you talk to us?
Yeah, that's fine. This is just really a visual to show what's happened with the optimization process and also indents. And basically the red arrow indicates what we call the waste activated sludge, or the sludge that we draw off and put into a holding tank, and then that's dewatered and then sent to landfill. So that's kind of the product of the wastewater treatment plant, if you like. And then the effluent liquid that comes to follows the green line into intermittent holding tanks, goes through filtration and disinfection. But essentially what we've been able to do through optimization, as I mentioned previously, between the airflow systems, which has helped that whole solids retention process. The effluent noticeably clearer, the nitrogen and phosphorus is lower, so the plant's performing better than it was. But it's also prepared it for indents. And so when and if council improves the next step for indents, the plant is essentially prepped and ready to receive it, because wanted us to be well on schedule to avoid running out of capacity, if you like. But the other benefits I've already mentioned in terms of reduced power usage and stress taken off the effluent filters, because the plant's holding those solids a lot better.
And it's not shown, in fact, the balance tank is now built next to that, it's the same size as that. And the other thing that we have discovered is obviously the blue canisters that you can see there, filter, they haven't been performing optimally as well, and we're getting those, that media taken away and replaced. And the UV system has never worked, hence why we're replacing with hypochlorite.
Councillor Williams.
Okay. I sent through about 5 questions.
Yep.
Are you able to answer them now, or would you need to email?
As long as Sue, we can answer. So of the 5, I can give you 4. I know the answer to number 3, but I prefer not to disclose it in a public session. Let's try to get into the lobby, Lana, let them in, or?
So I can perhaps help. Number 1 was about the additional 786 connections, and basically what resource consents, or how many lots are out of the resource consents that haven't got titles yet, and that was 375. Number 2 was what is the total amount of capital to connect properties to date, and that is 363, and those are ones that have got titles but haven't got a building on them at the moment. 3, when I don't know. 4, the amount budgeted in our LTP was 9.3 million, but there was another 26 million in year 11. So our LTP covers years 1 to 10, and then the asset management plans for the wastewater plant showed there was another 26 million. So when you're comparing that 35 million with, or 36 million with what Anne's showing today, 72 million, that's double what we predicted quite a number of years ago. and with more defined, obviously, investigation. And then what's the current total amount of development contributions we've collected? That's 12.3 million.
So,
So just to sort of clarify, to give some indication of how many are being connected, for the last 3 years, I had a look, there was, I think 42 last year, 47 the year before that, and 63 the year before that connected up. So, and I think we budgeted in our LTP for up to 75 to connect on any year.
so through the chair, can I?
Cool.
Just a supplement to whatever you call it, off to Rachel's question, Councillor Rachel's question, is that in terms of funding, and Sue is online as well, we are talking design and earlier stage as well. We're looking at about 20 million there. So we have 12 million of reserve contribution or whatever. So what's the funding arrangement for the project? Is it dependent upon Three Waters?
Yes and no. So the no bit, the work we want to do with stage 1 implementation, stage 2 design and stage 3 design, we've got sufficient funding allocated from last year, which we've carried over into this year in the order of $2 million. And you saw that the indent system with the implementation sitting at around 700,000. So we've got sufficient funding for stage 1. In terms of Three Waters, the bulk of the spend of the 71 will be going into Three Waters SDA.
Okay, thank you.
So I might just get Clint to talk you through just a little bit of understanding on wastewater and what indents, how indents further works.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so just visually from left to right. So right now we've got 2 biological reactors. The photograph on the left is of one of the reactor tanks. And you can see the air bubbling into the tanks. So the way these tanks work is one gets filled with wastewater, and then it goes through a treatment cycling process, which includes removing solids out of the wastewater. And while that tank is treating the wastewater, the other tank is being filled. So the tanks sort of go back and forth because you continuously have wastewater coming to the plant. You don't want to stop that.
What's the timescale with that?
Sorry?
Out of interest, what's the timescale with that?
It can be several hours at a time between how the reactors sequence and operate. You can adjust that timing
quite quick
to improve the performance, but a typical cycle might take a day or 2 days. So when one tank is treating, the other one will be filling the wastewater, so it has a place to go. And then as Anand mentioned, the third balance tank is being finalized now, but we would bring that on as a third reactor. So now the plant has 3 tanks to utilize, which greatly increases the capacity. But when the treatment process is done, the tank tries to settle, and so that stops, the solids settle. And the only way for the wastewater out of the tank is through the top, through that center photograph, which is what we call a decant weir. So the water is skimmed off at the top, and the idea is that we keep the solids into the tank, and you're only letting the clear water out. The photograph on the right, that is the indent system that is at Watercare's Mangere treatment plant. So if you visit the plant, you can see that it's up on a scaffolding arrangement. And essentially what that is doing is taking the wastewater coming off of the tanks plus the solids, and it's spinning them through almost like when your washer goes into spin mode, that water is spun inside of it. So we're collecting the solids that settle very nicely, and we're keeping those in the reactor, and the solids that don't settle nicely, we're putting into that waste tank. So that device on the right greatly improves the performance of the on the left, giving us that additional capacity for development.
So just some work we've been doing on the golf course. We've got 7 groundwater monitoring bores now installed, and when we go for a resource consent, we'll need to have at least the data in terms of the fluctuation of water level, over seasonals changes. And look, the rest is just around making sure that we've got good quality effluent that we can send to the plant. We still need to utilise Brown Road Farm, be a combination of subsurface and wetlands. We want to get away from the spray irrigation that was a good idea a decade ago, but you know it's probably past its use by date. I'm going to go through that. This is just the network improvements that we need to do over time, just to make sure that we've got capacity in the network to push through to the plant. So the next step will be we'll be coming to council end of the month to get the go ahead for the design and implementation of the stage 1, which is the indents. But also I want to get to a point where we're shovel ready for stages 2 and 3, so that when this moves into the NTDA, it's in flight, and then we can just continue to upgrade those networks and provide greater resilience to the Mangawhai area. We're still tweaking the plant, so we're just going through some more further optimization. We'll finish that work by the end of this month, and we're also completing the repairs to the Brown Road Farm. I just wanted to come back to this slide here. So we're not going to be asking council to approve the $72 million investment. What we are asking council to do is approve stage 1, and then get stage 2 design and 3 design shovel ready. This will then move into the NTDA, Waitamaki Te, and will go through its own gateway approval. So not asking council for improving the 72 million, but I am asking council to commit for us to put stage 1 and then stage 2 and 3.
Councillor Lambeth?
I'm so glad you said that. It would be death to us, Dale, councillors, if you asked us about 71 million, what's gone on in the last 15 years, but so, yeah, so that second stage would be definitely covered by entity 1. Yeah, and we don't know the way that that's going to bill certain ratepayers, or we don't know the structure of that yet.
No, we don't.
We don't know if it's user pay or whether it's going to be, that's all unknown, isn't it?
There's a lot of work going on in the background, and at some stage, the establishment entity chief executive will be road showing with councils once that has been agreed to by the ministers.
It sounds.
Councillor Larson, followed by Councillor Nair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, you have no other choice other than to carry on for the next 6 weeks, business as usual. It sort of almost sounds like you're anticipating that the repealing and replacement of the Three Waters legislation in the event of a change of government will be a continuation of something like this anyway. Is that what you're sort of predicting? Or rewind?
I think there's 2 questions here, so let me answer the question. We want to at least get the stage 1 in, which is within our control, and we've got the funding for it, and that buys us quite a headroom within the plant. Part 2 becomes a problem for Sue and myself, and Jason, if the NTDA was not to proceed. And this is just one part of a $600 million problem that I've got over the next decade.
And so, in terms of the Mangawhai specific task here though, what does your development contribution modelling look like in terms of year on year and increasing the amount of development contribution as the years go by? Have you got that? Can we see that, or?
No, sorry, I haven't got that at all. That will be done when we do the if we have to do the development contribution policy. And we've only got these costs, they've only just come through. And my understanding is that we don't have to provide water, wastewater in our development contribution policy at the present time.
Until such time as there is a change of the status quo, we just don't worry about it, but if it does fall back on council, you have to do some financial modelling to see whether any of these costs are even vaguely feasible within anticipated development and reasonable charging of development contributions.
You're right, councillor.
Councillor Williams, councillor Nair.
Just a quick one following on from Jonathan's points. So that development contribution policy, does that get looked at within the LTP, the next LTP process? Is that when you would?
Yes, it does. But, through the chair, yes, it does. But that will not contain water and wastewater because the government legislation says we are not allowed to include reference to water and wastewater in our LTPs at this stage. So when I bring it to you, likely, I don't know, October, November, when we look at, when I've got all the costs in for, and we'll be looking at roading development contributions, community development contributions at that stage.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one word I would like to know. What about Dargaville? Are you looking at some point about the wastewater capacity and future plans and present to us in short time or in long time?
Yeah. I can briefly talk about it now.
Yeah.
So we've got some plans to upgrade the plant this year, again, to enhance the capacity. And I might just get Clint to lead on what because he's involved in that as well.
Yeah, with the Dargaville plan, there's really sort of two key aspects. One is a system where we would install what we call baffle curtains in the existing plants. And essentially what that does is it forces the water to take a longer route, go through the treatment system before it exits through the effluent pathway. So that increase in time is going to give us better treatment performance, treatment rate. Probably the other important aspect of Dargaville is the new pre-treatment system that Silver Farms is commissioning and optimizing now, because probably 50% of the load going to the Dargaville plant comes from the Silver Fern Farms processing plant, which is literally at the entrance to the wastewater treatment plant. So Anand and I have worked with them over the past year and a bit on their setup. So they're spending, I think it's about 7 million on a new pre-treatment facility. So the better that system performs, the more capacity we will have available at the public Dargaville plant for growth and development.
So that baffle system, Councillor, now we're talking about, we're going to do it this year. And we've set aside about $1 million in our.
So there is some money set aside from.
Okay. There's approximately $1 million set aside for that.
Okay, thank you. You're lucky you have silver funds, eh? You don't have to fund it.
Well, they've got to do their own pre-treatment before they give their test. So.
Yeah.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anand, just one simple query. Any money we spend now ourselves, and forgive me if you've already been asked this in the past, but does that get, all things being equal, does that get refunded by EDTA, or is that's sunk money, that's investment that we make as council, is not part of what Entity A would perceptibly pay the council for the assets?
Yeah, I'm going to have a go, but I'm hoping Sue's still online. So the part of the legislation is that our debt will be relieved. Now, if some of this design work is debt funded, then we'll get the money back. And I'll just let Sue elaborate on that.
That's correct. So at the end of each year, NTA is collaborating with us to find out how much extra we've spent on the wastewater systems we have. And in fact, they had to approve the annual plan for 2023-24 for the work that we were going to do before, I think before we even took it to council. And once we had, that's the process. They've been approving the work and they understand how it's going to be funded, and that if it's by debt, then they will be, they will have to repay it. We've also got our auditors checking at the moment that we're not stopping work on repairs and maintenance of our wastewater and water systems, and which we've easily been able to prove as well. So we're not neglecting our communities.
Thank you.
That exact figure will be known over the coming 4 to 6 months.
Yep. Wonderful.
Any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To end of September.
Yeah, okay, 5 minutes, for a cup of tea.